Hello, everybody. Sorry. A couple of little technical difficulties possibly arising, but we are in, we are going, we are live? Possibly? we're, we're maybe live, is what I can tell you right now. But let's just dive straight into it. I'll pop the qualifying board up there for you just in case you fancy having a look at that. A few little changes over the course of this afternoon. We'll sort of start off by going through it and talking about who is where. So we still have Max Verstappen on pole position. Oh, are we there? Oh, I can see people's comments now. There we go. That'll do. Oh, but are we live? I have no idea. We'll see. Um, how's the weather looking? Absolutely atrocious by the looks of things. Looks like it's going to be a wet start and a pretty wet race overall, to be honest with you. Goodness gracious me. Hey, I can see myself. There we go. Oh, thank goodness. Right, so we have got Max Verstappen in pole position for today's race. George Russell is in second place. My goodness me. George Russell has put that Williams on the second row. Yes, it was mixed weather conditions. Yes, Lando Norris would have probably been quicker than him, in my opinion. But to put it on the front row, in a Williams, the fastest of the Mercedes cars out there. Absolutely sensational from him yesterday. Hamilton starts in third, just behind Max Verstappen. He's going to be looking at the back of that Red Bull at the start line and wanting to get in front of it as soon as possible. Someone who's gone a little bit under the radar, Daniel Ricciardo, with a fourth place qualification. That is exceptional from the Australian. Like, that is by far and away his best performance in a McLaren. And he looked actually fairly comfortable in the McLaren car. And considering, it was wet weather conditions and it's a car that he is not a massive fan of driving, getting it into fourth place, absolutely brilliant from him. Then we have Vettel in fifth place. I'm hoping will continue to sort of. I'd like him to finish fifth or higher, basically. I'd love to see Vettel on the podium again. We were sort of taken away from that podium, obviously, in Hungary when he missed out. But I'd love to see him on the podium again. Pierre Gasly, I'd love to see on a podium too. Basically, sort of 5 or 6 of the top of the top 10. I'd love to see on the podium. So we'll wait and see how that goes. But Pierre Gasly hopefully can keep himself out of trouble. It does seem like every time there is an incident on turn 1, every time there is something wrong on the racetrack, he is involved in some way or another. Was very, very lucky to not be caught up in the incident turn 1 in Hungary. He did lose a lot of places because of it, though. And I think people don't really give him the respect that he warranted in Hungary. Did a very, very good job to finish up where he did. Perez starts in 7th place as we wait for the... Oh, here we go. Yes, I can see people. I will get to your comments in a second. Ocon is in 8th place. Leclerc jumps into 9th place because Norris is dropped down to 14th. So Norris is going to be starting from the grid. I was really concerned that, personally, he would be starting from the pit lane. I thought that it would be a pit lane start. The amount of damage that car went through in that collision in Q3 yesterday. But it does look like Lando Norris is going to start from the grid. He has taken a 5-place penalty because they replaced the gearbox and they're also using an old power unit as well. So they've taken all the risk out. They've taken as many components as they can out of the car that were involved in that incident last time out. And they are going to sort of try their best to start from 14th place. In front of them, though, Latifi into the top 10 because Bottas and Norris both dropped down. Sainz in 11th place. Bottas in 12th, obviously, after his 5-place grid penalty from Hungary. Alonso starts 13th. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with that, considering how fast Ocon is and how fast Ocon is looking this weekend. Norris, as I said, starts in 14th. Giovinazzi, Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Raikkonen, Mazepin, and Stroll round out our drivers for today. Although Stroll shouldn't really be down there, did qualify 15th, wasn't a great qualifying session from him, but also picked up a 5-place penalty. That is why he is starting stone dead last on the grid today. So lots to talk about there, and obviously quite a few drivers you would say out of position. Russell, Ricciardo, Bottas, Norris, I can see those having a very awkward race from where they're starting. They're going to have to get good starts. Norris is going to have to make up places as quickly as he possibly can. He was probably the fastest driver yesterday. I think, in my opinion, he would have got that pole position, or he would have been very, very close indeed. But it's looking... Oh! As I've just seen some news come through, that there is damage to Sergio Perez's car. So it looks like Perez is not going to be starting from the Grand Prix. So they've only got 20 minutes or so to fix it. Can they fix it in that time? I don't think so. Wow, so Sergio Perez actually drops out. Will that mean that everybody gains a place on the grid then? Or will we start similar to what we did in Monaco when Leclerc was out, where nobody started on first place? Will nobody start in 7th? We'll have to wait and see. Wow, what on earth has he done there? Oh, that looks like a lot of damage. Can anyone let me know in the chat what sort of damage we've got to Sergio Perez's car? Wow. I've got a few little points that I wanted to talk about, but this is breaking. Checo will not start. Checo won't start. He's stuck in the wall. Too much damage. Broke his suspension. My goodness me. Oh, that is tough for him to take. Didn't he do that in... He did that somewhere else as well. Oh, no, it was in the sprint race in Silverstone, wasn't it? Where he ditched it in the wall. And then they were worried that he wouldn't actually start in the Grand Prix either. Perez won't start. Mechanics be slow. Me pluck the engine out in that time. Afternoon, Sally. Afternoon, Joe, Mia. Everybody's back in. Mallory's also here. We've got the whole gang back together. Lovely to see you guys. I'll sort of say hi and hello. Martin, you're right, mate. Blaze, hello. Mr. Peng, the Safe Moon Night King himself. Hello, guys, you're right. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for your little comments. And thank you for letting me know about Perez. I had not noticed that until somebody said it in the chat. And then it looked across and Sergio Perez is in the wall. What I did want to talk about, though, is obviously Lando Norris is starting. Lando Norris 14th on the grid. And personally, I think he can make a lot of places up from there. I think this is going to be one of those races where we see Lando Norris starting towards the back and we see his proper overtaking quality come to fruition. I think that's something we've lacked from him this season so far. Like, don't get me wrong, he's done overtakes and he's done very well to make overtakes. But we haven't seen him, mainly because he's been qualifying so incredibly well, we haven't seen him have to battle through the midfield pack. We haven't had to see him battle through those guys basically throughout this season so far. And I think this could be an interesting session for Norris because I think he was the fastest car out there yesterday. If he is the fastest car out there today, it will be nice to see how many people he can sieve through over the course of the race. And obviously it is a little bit wet. Looks like it's going to be starting on wet tyres for me. Possibly intermediates, depending on how much rain comes down in the next sort of 20 minutes or so. But it looks very, very wet indeed. Also, on Lando Norris and George Russell, the guys that are flying at this moment in time, they are the two drivers that are having their 50th race this weekend. Hang on, I'm actually just going to pop up the championship board so we can have a look at that too. But Lando Norris and George Russell starting their 50th race this weekend. George Russell obviously having an absolute dream of a 50th race and lots of people talking about him over the course of this weekend. I think every single question that every single Mercedes driver has gotten, whether it's Bottas or Hamilton, also Toto Wolff, also the Williams guys, have all been talking about whether or not George Russell will be making that step up into Mercedes. I think personally, with a performance like yesterday in mixed weather conditions, when the car is really, really tricky to drive, and in a Williams, let's not say, although it looks like the Williams might be quicker than it was at the beginning of the season, because even Latifi managed to put it into the top 10 in the grid today. Could be starting from 9th place if Sergio Perez can't get his car going. So it looks like the Williams might be on a bit of a resurgence for the second half of the season. And that is definitely thanks to George Russell absolutely putting in a lap of the gods yesterday, getting it into P2 in his 50th Grand Prix. Can he get his first podium in Formula One? It's going to be a very, very tough thing. I think the problem that we've got with George Russell is in Formula One, his starts have never been great. He's never really been great off of the line. He usually falls back some positions over the first couple of laps. And I'm a little bit worried that that might be the case again here today. I'm slightly concerned that George Russell won't be able to put together a first lap that will keep him even in the podium positions, let alone in the top 5, especially when he's got the likes of Hamilton, Daniel Ricciardo, Sebastian Vettel, these veterans of the sport, these guys that are used to these wet weather conditions, you know, these guys that have been there, done it, seen everything in Formula One, barreling down into him on turn 1, on turn 2. It's going to be so hard for George Russell to keep that second place, in my opinion. But I really hope that he can do. Let's just quickly go through the Drivers' Championship. Hamilton is currently in first place, 8 points the lead to Verstappen. So if Verstappen can win this race and Hamilton can only come third, Verstappen will take that championship lead back off of the Mercedes driver. It's going to be incredibly close between those two. I think what's most interesting, if Sergio Perez is not starting the race, is that Lando Norris and Bottas have a real opportunity today to extend their lead on Sergio Perez in terms of third place for the championship. I asked you guys in the video on Friday, who do you think is going to come third this season? You guys have opted to go for Lando Norris. I was slightly inclined to disagree. I thought that it would be very tough for Lando Norris to keep up this kind of consistency over the second half of the season as well, whilst Mercedes and Red Bull are probably going to get quicker and quicker. Not that McLaren isn't going to get quicker too, but, you know, Mercedes and Red Bull are just very good at pulling the rabbit out of the hat when it comes to the second half of the season. When it does come to Lando Norris, though, he is just going to start a couple of positions behind Bottas. He is by far and away quicker than Bottas this weekend. So can Lando Norris continue his rich vein of form, get some points, and more importantly, get more points than Valtteri Bottas to extend his lead in third place? I think that'll be very interesting to see. Both of the Ferraris starting outside of the points. Oh no, they won't now, will they? Because Charles Leclerc has gained a couple of places. Both of the Ferraris need to pick up some points, especially if Daniel Ricciardo and Lando Norris look incredibly quick. We've got to remember that Ferrari are technically third in the Constructors' Championship, only because they've had a higher finish. They actually sit on the same points as McLaren. So those two teams are going to be keeping an eye on one another. The Ferrari doesn't look very good at all. The guys at Ferrari were saying that the car itself doesn't really work in cooler conditions. And it looks absolutely freezing in Belgium right now. It is barreling it down with rain. Everybody looks frozen. And that does not bode well for the Ferrari car, which prefers these higher temperatures when it does come to running. We've then got Pierre Gasly in 8th place and Daniel Ricciardo. Looks like Daniel Ricciardo will take 8th place back off Pierre Gasly again. In that he's qualified higher, and you'd imagine he will keep that McLaren in front of the AlphaTauri. The McLaren does look the faster package over the course of this weekend so far. Then we're looking at the Alpines, the Aston Martins, and Yuki Tsunoda in that midfield battle. Ocon, obviously, the front runner because he picked up 25 points last time, but Alonso just 1 point behind. Ocon has outperformed his teammate in qualifying, though, and will be looking to extend his lead at the front of that. Vettel will be looking to become the fastest of those midfield drivers again. You know, he was on 30 points. He had quite a comfortable lead over the guys at Alpine at one point, but now Sebastian Vettel behind both of the Alpine drivers. So he will be looking to pick up as many points as possible and gain on those Alpine guys. Yuki Tsunoda and Lance Stroll both on 18 points. Both of them starting very far back today. I think it'll be a really good drive from either Yuki Tsunoda or Lance Stroll if they can get themselves up into the points. We've got Latifi and Russell. Could be looking at Russell taking over Latifi today, although we could see both Williams pick up points again. If the qualifying is anything to go by, then both Williams are on for a points finish today. Kimi Räikkönen and Giovinazzi, again, don't think either of them are going to be worrying the points today. Neither with the Hasses as well. Can't see either of the Hasses finishing in the points unless something absolutely insane happens. Let me go to some of your questions. What exactly occurred with Sergio P's? It looks like he's just absolutely binned it into the wall. Let me see if I can actually watch a replay. I've only seen the car itself in the wall. I haven't actually seen the crash itself, but it looks like he has just lost it on the way round to the start grid. Disaster for Perez out, starts crashing on the way to the grid. Yeah, so on the way to the grid, just lost it. Tried to reverse it out, was unable to move. He wedged it into the wall. Right front suspension damage is too much for them to continue, and it looks like Sergio Perez is going to be a DNF in this race. He's definitely not going to be starting the race. They've only got, 10 minutes now, and it's going to take more than that for the car to actually get out of the wall and back to the garage. So, yeah, Sergio Perez is not going to be starting. He lost it on the outlap to the grid. So, the weather conditions out there, and let's not say, Sergio Perez is a very, very experienced driver. Yes, he's in a new team, but I would not expect that from a driver of Sergio Perez's caliber. So that just tells us how incredibly wet it is out there, how slippery it is, and how difficult these conditions are for those guys. Out qualifying fastest, blah, blah, blah. If Russell gets some points, it's a great day. Let's be realistic. Remember Austria when he was fighting for P10. Yeah, of course. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I think, still a points finish for Russell would be absolutely phenomenal. A podium would be magical. He would have to have a lot of things go his way to pick up a podium today. But a points finish, even if you can just pick up a couple of points to put himself ahead of Latifi in the Drivers' Championship, that would be perfect. Because I hate the fact, I don't hate it. It annoys me that George Russell is by far and away the best driver there, and yet Latifi has a couple more points than him. When did Sergio Perez crash? On the outlap. So, on the way to the grid. Absolutely terrible, terrible time for him to crash, to be honest. Lando gearbox changed to... Yes, Lando's changed his gearbox. 5 grid place drop for Lando. So, he's going to be starting in 14th place in his 50th Grand Prix. So, going to be a very tricky one indeed for him. Who will crash first? So no, I don't think I'd want to gamble on who's going to crash first, to be honest with you. Disappointing from Checo. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh yes, Carl, you are right. It is a did not start, not a DNF. You are exactly right. He will not make the starting grid. So technically a DNS, not a DNF. Very good point. Remember that. Here we go then. 10 minutes or so until the race. Final thing I did want to just touch on, actually, was Daniel Ricciardo. Because it is his 200th race in Formula 1 today. So, starting his 200th race from 4th on the grid. Can he pick up another podium for his, collection of podiums that he's got in his career so far? 200 races actually puts him in the top 19 drivers in Formula 1 in terms of experience. Which I thought was absolutely crazy. For some reason, I just thought there'd be more drivers on around 200 races, but he is now in the top 20 in terms of Formula 1 drivers in terms of experience. And that got me thinking, do we think Daniel Ricciardo is one of the top 20 drivers in terms of talent, in terms of his overall Formula 1-ness? Because I think it's one of those things. Yes, he's been there. He's shown the longevity. He hasn't got a World Drivers' Championship to his name. He has won a few races, but he took that gamble and went to Renault. I would say that the Renault gamble really didn't pay off for him in the long run. He could have just stayed with Red Bull at Max Verstappen. Yes, he might have had to play second fiddle at points, but I still think he would have picked up a lot more points, a lot more podiums, and a lot more wins if he would have stayed at Red Bull. But obviously, you don't want to stay at a team where they don't really have too much confidence in you, do you? So Danny Rick podium today would be amazing for his second century in a Grand Prix car, in a Formula 1 car. But I don't know if I'd put him in my top 20 drivers, to be honest. I don't know if I'd put him in my top 20 drivers. I think it'd be very tricky. He is in the top 20 in terms of races, but he's in the top 20 in terms of performances. I'm not sure. I was trying to think about it, but I'd love to know your guys' opinion. Do you think Daniel Ricciardo is in the top 20? George has a knowing smile on his face that I saw. Guess he knows what's going on with him. I mean, I feel like the Mercedes guys probably already know what's going to happen next year. They've obviously just been told not to talk about it too much or to give anything away to the press, right? It's just one of those things. They want to release that information themselves at the right time. They definitely don't want to be releasing things out to the press without Toto Wolff's and Mercedes' general consent on giving out information. But I'm sure George Russell does actually know what is going to be going on next year. And after his performance yesterday, Toto Wolff did say, he was very, very pleased for George. I think it's a little bit tricky for Toto because, he has brought Bottas and Russell into the sport. They're both his drivers. They both came through that Toto Wolff kind of academy graduate scheme that he's got going on. So I would be surprised if George Russell wasn't in a Mercedes car, but I think Toto Wolff will do absolutely everything he can in his power to get Valtteri Bottas the drive that he wants elsewhere on the grid, wherever that may be. Daniel is a legend, driver and personality. Yeah, he's definitely one of the best drivers on the grid in terms of personality, isn't he? George can't contain his excitement. It's raining and the Williams has a lot of pace in the rain. It does. It is raining heavier now than I thought. I thought it maybe would have stopped by now. We've sort of had half an hour or so, but it's just continuing to rain and looks like it could be harder still. As we see Lando Norris getting prepared for the race, getting ready, thanking his engineers for the work that they have put in overnight to get that car ready for today. I know a lot of people were talking about Lando Norris. Will he, won't he race today? I think as soon as he was giving the go-ahead, the yes, that he was fit enough to race, he was going to race. These Formula 1 drivers are just built different. He will be putting that behind him and he will be attacking Eau Rouge 100%. Like, they are just not bothered about these kind of incidents. They put it behind them as soon as they possibly can, which is absolutely insane. Anyone with a right mind would maybe have had a little bit of a, worry going into today. These guys are just absolutely insane, aren't they? I think Daniel Ricciardo is a top personality and a good driver. And there is no wind. Yeah, that is true. There is no wind. And the Williams car is susceptible to the blustery conditions. It does just not like the wind at all in any way whatsoever. Daniel's contract, a 2-year or 1+1. I think it's a 1+1. If I'm remembering correctly. I think he's guaranteed... I think he's guaranteed next year. And I think there's a clause in it for 1-year extension after next year. So... But I might be wrong with that. That's just off the top of my head. I might be thinking of somebody else. Yeah, I thought it was 2 years and then an optional 1 after. But I could see him at McLaren for a couple more years, to be honest with you. I could see him getting to grips with the car. Obviously, all the new regulations coming in next year. He'll have more of a hand in building the car for next year. He'll be able to, give a little bit more insight into what he'd like. They'll have the practice sessions that they didn't have this year. There'll be a lot more going for Daniel Ricciardo next year if he can get into that Mercedes car again. Daniel Ricciardo is a lot like Nick Kyrgios in tennis. Both larger than life. Even if you push them on track or something. 2 red flags, 100% from our man. 2 red flags. I mean, we're starting the race behind the safety car. We are starting the race behind the safety car. So, 2 red flags... I think 2 red flags would be a lot. I could see a safety car and a red flag, possibly. I think there will be at least 1. But I'm not sure there'll be 2 red flags. 1 red flag and a safety car, I think. Or 1 red flag and a virtual safety car. Something along those lines. I can't see them red flagging the whole thing twice. But yeah, I can imagine there will be a red flag. About 5 minutes left to go then. We're getting... the final build-up towards today. Here we are. I do like this intro. I know they redo it every year, but this one's quite a good one. It's quite a good one. George is... yeah, I think if George really wants that Mercedes seat, Max Verstappen is right there into turn 1 and he can blame the changeable conditions. Valtteri did his best. last week to gain Hamilton as many points as possible. Very excited. Me too, Carl. Me too. It's going to be good. It's a very good circuit Spa, actually, and it does lend itself to a little bit of overtaking. In changeable conditions, cars, bit of a mixed grid. I think there's going to be lots of overtaking today. Why no standing start? I think just purely because of the weather conditions. I think it is so incredibly wet that they've just opted for a start behind a safety car. Get the cars going round. I don't know if you saw yesterday. I know you did say that you were here. Yesterday, when the cars are going round, they displace so much more of the water. So it's all well and good sending out marshals out there with some towels and some squeegees, but these cars absolutely chuck up thousands of liters of water as they're going around. So I think they're just going to try and dry up the track a tiny little bit, using the Formula One cars effectively as giant hairdryers to chuck the water across the track and off of the racing line before they get going fully at race speed. Yeah, it's raining way too heavily. But for them to be able to just send the cars out straight away. And also, I think they're worried about turn one. I think they are worried. Turn one is actually, I'll pop the track board up for you. If you look at the bottom there, turn one is basically one of the slowest corners in Formula One over the course of the season. A very, very tight hairpin, effectively, is what you've got going into turn one. And then when you've got cars that are maybe going to outbrake themselves, when you've got cars that are going to be aquaplaning, or, you know, cars that could have issues going into turn one because of the changeable weather conditions, it's one of those turn ones where, again, we could see a proper little bowling session if that does happen. So it's going to be very, very interesting, especially when they do restart the race. Even down into turn one after the safety car comes in, it's going to be very, very tricky for those cars to get that turn right, and then all the way up to Eau Rouge as well. I'm concerned that if Lando Norris lost it yesterday, we could see somebody lose it again up the hill, to be honest with you. And luckily, Lando Norris was out on the track basically by himself because Sebastian Vettel was nowhere near him at the time. I think if Sebastian Vettel would have been running at a race speed behind Lando Norris, that could have been a lot worse of a crash, and I really hope that we don't see something like that today. We saw it in W Series, didn't we? So I really hope that we don't see that today. Yep, we saw it with Aitken a couple of weeks ago, Carl, you're right. We see it all the time here. It's one of those corners that it's not that I think Formula One shouldn't be dangerous. It's always going to be dangerous. It's motorsport. We're always going to have crashes and incidents and these kind of things, you know. It's just that it's a repeat offender. When you've got one corner that every single race series that comes here, every single year, there is an incident at that corner, surely there's something wrong with that corner. You know what I mean? Like, it's not down to the race. It's not down to me thinking, you know, Formula One should be safer, or Formula One needs to change this and that. I think it's purely that one corner that just shows the problem. What websites can I find the actual race for free? Absolutely no idea. No idea. Go on Reddit. I'm sure someone on Reddit will have a link somewhere. I just pay for a little subscription. Delayed start. Oh. There is now a delayed start. Wow. Actually, let me turn up the volume just so I can hear Sky. Okay, so we've got a 10-minute delay. 10-minute delay now. Actually, I haven't shown you my predictions. There you go. Here's 10 minutes for us. I mean, you guys have got the benefit of being able to do your predictions after qualifying. I always do mine on the Thursday. Try not to do it for the race weekend. Here we go. I said Verstappen winning. And, you know, he is on pole position. And if he gets around turn one in first, I think it's pretty good. Hamilton in second place. I could see that happening again. I don't think George Russell is going to stay in front of that Mercedes for very long. especially because Toto Wolff's probably had a little word with him. So I can't imagine Hamilton staying in third place behind Russell for too much longer. I went for Sergio Perez on the podium. He's not even going to start the race. So I guess I can shuffle those around a little bit. I'll take Daniel Ricciardo on the podium and Gasly, my wild card, put him into the top 10. So, yeah, shouldn't have gone for Perez, apparently. Apparently that was a poor choice. I just thought that the Red Bull would have the advantage here. I thought the Red Bull through Sector 2 in particular, so much quicker, would make up a lot of lap time. And they could run a skinnier wing for Sector 1 and 3. I thought they'd be a little bit better. But yeah, Perez is now out, so that is not going to be the case. Oh. Lewis Hamilton is getting out of the car. We're only 10 minutes, Lewis. Have a little seat. Maybe he just wants to have a little walk around. Everything is coming back out. Wow. I'm not sure. I mean, I suppose you have to, right? You have to get everything back out on the grid for another 10 minutes. Lewis Hamilton's got out of the car, though. Just gone and wandered towards the pit lane. Wow. Pierre Gasly's still sitting in the car. I can't see why you'd want to get out of the car and have a little walk around. Possibly Lewis Hamilton. He's left something. Left something in the pits. Got 10 minutes now. Might as well go and get it. Your jumper matches the background. Oh yeah, it does. It's the wrong way up. But yeah, this is not intentional. I just quite like this pattern. Maybe that is maybe I'm just too predictable. Oh, that's annoying. 10-minute delay. But it looks like that 10-minute delay is going to be the only delay. Still looks like we're going to start behind the safety car from what I'm hearing. That's unfortunate. How many likes have we got on the stream? 18 likes on the stream. Thank you so much, guys. Can we get up to 25? Let's put our goal at 25 before the start of the race. That's big. It's a big ask. It's a big ask. But 25 likes, I think we can get there. Lewis needed to pee. Oh, okay. That does make sense. I mean, if you get 10 minutes, you might as well, right? Might as well disappear. He's back. Lewis Hamilton is back. He's going to get back into the car, starting from P3 on the right-hand side of the track, going down into turn 1. Lewis is just letting Russell know he should let him past. Yeah, could be the case, to be fair. Could have been the case. Wow. Lewis Hamilton getting his shoes dried by a by a man. I feel like that's an odd job for you to get once you're in Formula One. Like, you've probably trained as an engineer for quite a long time, and you sort of tried to get to the point where you're at the pinnacle of motorsport. What are you doing before the race? Oh, I have to dry Lewis Hamilton's shoes. Sorry, Matthew. What sort of setup are you using for the stream? Desktop webcam. So I've got a webcam in front of me. I've got the race to my left-hand side. I've got the stream to my right-hand side. I've got like a PC running the stream and a laptop running the actual race and a webcam just in front of me. And this lovely mic that you guys have purchased for me, because every single penny that I make from YouTube goes back into this setup in some way. This was the first purchase that we went for. Brand new mic. Wanted to sound good. Sounding good is the best thing you can do in Formula One, in my opinion. Where were we? I'll pop the quali board up. So Sergio Perez now no longer starting in 7th place, but I think we're just going to have a gap in at 7th. Carl Senna, 30 likes. Is it? How have we done? You guys are absolute legends. 31 likes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate that massively. Massively. Yep, another 5-minute delay. You're out right, Snow. That's just popped up for me as well. So it looks like 3:15 local time. We're going to have our formation lap. Goodness gracious me. Sadie, No, no, no. We can't say that Hamilton says that kind of thing. Sadie's just said, let me pass and I'll let you in a Merc for 2022. So he said that to Max Verstappen as well. Could have done. Max Verstappen. Is Max Verstappen signed up for next year yet or no? I know his contract ended at the end of this year. I don't know if Red Bull have confirmed him for next year yet. I don't know if Red Bull have confirmed him for next year. So, could be very tricky indeed for Max Verstappen. You know, maybe Mercedes, that's why they're waiting. Maybe they're waiting to see whether Max Verstappen signs with Red Bull or not. You never know. Like, if you want to pick up one of the best drivers on the grid at this moment in time, definitely the one to pick up, right? Sadie could be closer to the truth. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Aiden, any websites I can watch the race for free? I don't know. Reddit, probably fine. Just Google like Reddit F1 link. I'm sure there'll be one. No, there always is ways of watching this for free, or just pay. Like, I think it cost me like £2.50 per Grand Prix or something for the thing that I have. Bottas looking pensive, like he's taking his last Belgian Grand Prix in a Mercedes. Could be. It could definitely be. I think probably this is Bottas's last season with Mercedes. Max has a contract until 2023. Thank you for letting me know. So they have extended that in some way. Here we go. Perez is staying. Yeah, Perez has signed up for 2022 as well. So Honda have got their, or Red Bull have got their drivers for next year all wrapped up. And obviously Honda moving away from Formula One. Red Bull creating their own engine next year. It's going to be very interesting indeed. We're nearly at 40 likes, by the way, before the race has even started. I know that it's delayed, but my goodness me. Thank you so, so much, guys. Nearly 40 likes. Absolutely sensational. Stroll's umbrella holder looks like Alex Albon. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Alex Albon will do basically anything on the Formula One grid as long as he can stay as close to Formula One as possible at this point. Maybe he is just holding Stroll's umbrella for the weekend. Bottas warmed up on Wii Bowling today. Bottas isn't close enough to the guys that it would matter hitting, right? Like, if Bottas just hits the guys in front of him again, it's going to be Latifi, Ocon, and Leclerc, probably. So, it wouldn't make too much of a difference to Hamilton's race overall, to be honest with you. It's George Russell who's got the team orders for today. Formation lap being pushed back to 15:20. Snow is, like, just 10 seconds ahead of me every single time. I look at the thing, and I'm like, oh, 15:20, and then I look at the chat, and he's there. He's already got it. Well played, mate. Better than me. Better than me. Oh my goodness. Another 5 minutes. It's getting tense now. I just want to see George Russell in a Williams flying around Spa. Is that too much to ask? I want to see it. Can we get there? Oof. As we watch on board Daniel Ricciardo getting set up for the race. Come on, Daniel. Can you make a podium happen from 4th place? You'd expect Daniel Ricciardo to get back in front of George Russell. You know, I don't imagine George Russell staying in 2nd for very long. So Daniel Ricciardo is one of those guys that I think is very much in the running for a podium today. I could argue the same about Sebastian Vettel, to be honest with you. I think both of those guys, both very, very experienced. Both of them very experienced there in 4th and 5th, mixed weather conditions. They're going to be using all of that experience to their advantage and getting in front of George Russell fairly quickly. It's whether they can then keep up with Hamilton and Verstappen. I could see those two driving off into the distance a little bit. And then possibly Daniel Ricciardo having a bit of a battle with those guys in and around him for that final podium position. Will Norris be able to battle through the grid, get himself up into 3rd place? I think it's going to be really tough for the Ferraris. I think both of the Ferraris could end up out of the points today. I know that Sergio Perez isn't starting the race, but Bottas and Norris probably going to go. Danny Ricciardo on the radio. Wonderful. Danny Ricciardo on the radio, just letting his team know that is 200 Grand Prix. God, keeping it cool. He's so cool, calm, and collected as Danny Ricciardo, isn't he? I think that's just the thing. So cool, calm, and collected. Danny Rick, what a legend. George Russell is driving a Mercedes with a Williams livery. You'd hope so. You would hope so. Yeah, I can't actually show the Grand Prix because that is illegal. That's just illegal. It's basically what that is. Yeah, so I can't show the Grand Prix itself, unfortunately, unless I eventually get a deal with F1 TV. It's in the works. 5 or 6 years time, maybe. Could get ourselves a link in with Formula One TV. Then I'd be able to show the race, but I can't. Carl, do you want me to sub? I mean, that's a silly question, Carl. That's a silly question. We're trying to reach 5,000 subscribers before the end of the season. And I was trying to hit 3,000 before today. We've hit 3,200 before today. So, you know, it shows that it's got to be worth subscribing. Not my words, the words of 3,200 people. It's got to be worth subscribing in some way. Yeah, so I'd love you to subscribe, mate. Trying to hit 5,000 before we get to... What's the last race now? Still Abu Dhabi? Have they changed it around? The calendar changes every couple of days, so I'm a little bit lost on it. I think it's still Abu Dhabi. I'd like to hit 5,000 before Abu Dhabi. Please, please, please. But we're absolutely smashing every single goal that I've set myself, so I don't even know what to set anymore, to be honest with you. What does everyone watch the race on? Not sure I want to pay a tenner for Now TV. Is that how much it is? I've got like a subscription thing, and I think it works out as like £2 a race, £2.50 a race, with Sky and Now TV. Can't see Russell going to Mercedes this year. He's too fast to be Lewis's wingman. Richard, you could be right. I think the problem is that Lewis does have a big influence on who his teammate is. So it would be tricky. Can you watch the GP on F1 TV? Yeah, I think that's what you pay for F1 TV for, isn't it? I thought that was the thing. Pretty sure it's F1 TV. You can get it on. I might be wrong. Yeah, the Williams is not fast enough to hold on to second place for like the rest of this Grand Prix. It's just not going to happen, unfortunately. A George win and I will cry. Yeah, most definitely. Guys, this is how Perez crashed. I mean, it's just so wet that everybody's really struggling, to be honest. But we have got a little bit of a delay. We're working towards it. And we're going to slowly edge towards the start of the Grand Prix here. I think we're still going to start behind the safety car. It looks like it's still raining. I think we're lucky that Spa is on a bit of a hill. A lot of the track is on a slope, so a lot of that water is going to displace itself fairly quickly. But it's very cold and very wet indeed. There you go, Mallory. Quite chilly in Spa. 13 to 14 degrees C. Not a very warm track at all. And I think that's why Ferrari are going to struggle so much. I think both Ferraris could be outside of the points today. They really do struggle in the colder conditions. Gasly podium from Daniel. Yes, Daniel, I really hope so. I would love to. I don't know if I'd prefer a Danny Rick podium or a Gasly podium. Possibly Danny Rick, just because Gasly's already had one this season. I've had that like fanboy moment. Now I'd like a little fanboy moment for Danny Rick. And it's his 200th Grand Prix. I think that would be quite nice. Lots of things would combine there together. As we get another 5-minute delay to 3:25. Goodness gracious. How on earth? Are we ever going to start? Just another 5 minutes. Just another 5 minutes. Goodness me. It's like me when I'm hitting snooze every morning. Just another 5 minutes, just another 5 minutes, just another 5 minutes. You never know. After that, it's 45 minutes later. But formation lap now should be 12:20, or sorry, 2:25 my time, 3:25 Belgium time. And then you guys will have to do the maths on that from wherever you're from. Goodness gracious me. Safety car still set up at the front there. The guys are going to be getting freezing. They're all sitting in the car. It's not very warm. It's going to be a very cold race for them indeed. And you'd imagine the tyres are getting a bit cooler. Yes, they've got the tyre warmers on there, but... Nicholas Latifi starting in the points positions for Williams. Do you reckon they'll hold on to Latifi next year? Do you reckon they'll hold on to Latifi next year, or they just move on to someone else? Because they don't. Williams have come out and said that they don't need the financial backing from a driver next season. So they don't need the financial backing from a driver next season. I don't think they're going to keep hold of George Russell, to be honest with you. I'd be very surprised if George Russell wasn't in a Mercedes. But I'm not sure about Latifi. Has he been good enough? You know what I mean? Like he's nowhere near the level of George Russell, which is fair. But has he been good enough to keep his seat at Williams? I think is quite the debate we could have. Because he has got more points than George Russell. He's never really shown loads of pace over a weekend, though, has he? But not sure, not sure. This rain won't stop. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to stop. Don't think it's ever going to stop. FIA cam. Do love the little insight into the FIA where they're all just staring at screens and then they look at one another and they go, do you want another 5 minutes? Another 5 minutes, lads? Another 5 minutes? Another 5 minutes? Darren, another 5 minutes? Another 5 minutes? Yeah, another 5 minutes. All right, yeah. How can Ferrari have the biggest budget, but their car isn't competing for championships? It's just Formula One. It's just Formula One. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. You could say that about Brawn. Brawn won a championship. They weren't even a real team, technically. They were just named after the bloke who was in charge. Goodness gracious me. Pierre Gasly asking if the rain is going to continue for the next 2 hours. We'd hope not. I really want to get started. I feel like this extra 30 minutes has just vamped me up to another level. I need Formula One. I've waited weeks for this. I've waited 3 weeks. Well, 4 weeks. I've waited 3 weekends without Formula One. We've had a summer break. I need it. I need it. But we are still waiting for it. Nikita Mazepin in the Haas. How far can he get up the grid today? 19th currently. Has got a brand new chassis after the summer break. So maybe Nikita Mazepin's going to show a little bit more pace. Are they just delaying the race to try and give Sergio Perez as much time as possible to get ready for the race? Maybe that's just the way they're doing it. I mean, with an extra hour, you'd assume that they might be able to get that Red Bull ready and raring to go, but it's a lot of delay. Are they allowed to use the delay? Oh, they're actually showing a replay of Sergio Perez. It's the first time I've seen it. Wow, he just completely loses it. Goes across the curb. Spins. Yeah, he's just gone. Just beelines into the barrier, unfortunately. Not too much going on. He just gets a little bit too much of the curb, loses the back end. Aquaplaned a little bit, I think. And just slides. Ooh. Yeah, not a great crash for Sergio Perez. And the whole front right of the car there needs replacing. Yeah. That's a new front wing. New front right wheel, everything attaching it to the car, all that. What's the delay right now? 45 minutes, I think. Should, but we're just waiting to see, to be honest. We're just waiting to see. Wow. Speed limit to water clears. I thought they were going to try... Well, I mean, they are going to try and use the Formula 1 cars behind the safety car to get rid of some of the weather. Yeah, Braun is now Mercedes, Richard. Yeah, you're right. Braun got bought out by Mercedes, the next one. Whoa. This could be it. This could be the start. The crews are leaving. They've taken the tents down. Hello. Oh, Danny Ricciardo. Oh. Oh my goodness me. Danny Ricciardo being told on the radio that the rain should continue for the next 15 minutes and then actually it should get heavier after 15 minutes. Wow. I can't see this happening. I can't see us starting. I think even if we start the race now, I can't see us going along too much, to be honest. It wasn't a heavy crash, no. Everything's everything in the engine side of things is all okay. It's just the whole front right end of the car. So it's like a new front wing, a new tire, everything connecting the tire, new sections to that chassis. You don't know what underfloor damage it's done. It's just the front right of the car, really. I could see this getting red flagged in about 20 minutes if we do start soon, to be honest with you. If we do start now, I could see it being stopped in a few moments' time. You think you're in time with me today? Yes. Yes. I tried to change the delay after yesterday. It felt like a lot longer yesterday than it has been before. So hopefully the delay is a little bit less today. I did try and sort that out after qualifying yesterday. But we will wait and see. Yeah, Sergio crashed on the way to the grid. So it was on the way to the grid. Literally just lost it. Went onto the paint. And just completely lost the back end. Started to aquaplane a little bit, and it's all gone. The race hasn't started yet. No, it has not. Has not. Ban Insider F1. Who's Insider F1? Oh. I don't know if I can from this. I'll put him in timeout because I have no idea how to ban him from this screen. Perez out, track wet, everything's gone. I don't think they'll cancel the race, no. Can't imagine they will cancel the race, but I can imagine that it will be starting behind the safety car, and I can imagine there'll be a red flag at some point. We are going to get underway, though, behind the safety car. The formation lap is going to be coming for me in about a minute's time. It is now 14:25 for me, and the safety car is away. So if you want to line yourself up with me, the safety car is away for me now, and it's just getting towards turn 1. So the formation lap is on. Here we go then. Everybody is going very, very slowly indeed. Very slowly indeed. Like, following the safety car, you are usually quite slow. But this is something else. These guys, they're like barely moving in these Formula One cars. Lewis Hamilton on the radio saying that he can't see anything behind George Russell. And I mean, I can't see anything from the camera from his perspective either, so that does make complete sense. Lewis Hamilton cannot see anything. I can't see anything. It's all over. Let me pop up the drivers and constructors for you. Wow. Max Verstappen on the radio. Max Verstappen also saying that he can't see anything. And he's only behind the safety car. And the safety car is nowhere near displacing the amount of water that a Formula One car will. So, really unfortunate at this moment in time. The weather is just still barreling down. George Russell still in second place. Daniel Ricciardo still in fourth place, just coming around now. Here we go. The Max Verstappen fans going absolutely berserk to see their man starting on pole position in this formation lap. We're on board with Lando Norris. Lando Norris saying that it is awful and that he can barely see the car in front. Barely see the car in front. We're watching Netflix. Oh yeah, Netflix are with Mercedes this weekend, I think, for Drive to Survive. So, be interesting to see what kind of things they get from the behind the scenes, especially with Toto Wolff and George Russell, Valtteri Bottas from this weekend. Very much looking forward to Drive to Survive. Looking forward to that Mercedes episode. I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to the Haas episode this year. I know that Gunther Steiner is absolute beautiful when it comes to Lando Norris complaining of aquaplaning as well at this moment. Yeah, I know that Gunther is like perfect for television, and that is why the Haas episode is usually the best one. But I don't know if I don't know how much is going to be going on at Haas this year behind the scenes, because they haven't really got much going into this year. They're sort of going for next year, aren't they? So, not sure how good the Haas episode will be. The Haas episode last season was sensational because they had so much going on and changing both of their drivers around, and Gene getting on the phone to Gene every other weekend. Formation lap then. Wow. Oh, Max Verstappen on. Max Verstappen saying it's fine to race. Of course he is. Of course he is. Max Verstappen would probably prefer the safety car not to be there, to be fair, because then at least he'd be able to see. Everybody else can't see, but Max Verstappen would be able to see. As they're now coming up the hill then with the safety car. Wow. The lap is so long. It's a long lap anyway, let alone behind a safety car and in the wettest conditions I think I've seen in a very long time. Giovinazzi saying that the conditions are undrivable. I don't think we've seen any race driver apart from Max Verstappen say that it's actually any good, to be honest with you. I think pretty much everybody is complaining that it's nigh on undrivable at this point. So I don't think we're going to be starting this race any time soon if the FIA are going to listen to their drivers. And after yesterday, when they didn't listen to Sebastian Vettel and came under so much pressure, maybe it could be a little bit difficult for these guys out here and for the FIA not to go with what the drivers say. Oh, is that Aston Martin's on Twitter? Oh. George Russell saying that he can't see anything. And can't even see Verstappen's red light. That's the main thing. Can't even gauge where the drivers are. Wow. Yeah, you just can't see anything. Just cannot see anything at all whatsoever. Start procedure has been suspended. I thought it was going to be honest with you. Just watching the cars go round, it's absolutely teeming it down still. The amount of water on the track is insane. The visibility is none. So the start procedure has been suspended. You just couldn't start a race like this. Could not start a race like this. Your alkali buying has. Oh, that is true. That'll be quite interesting. But whether they'll be able to show that on Drive to Survive, I doubt, to be honest with you. I think that might be something that they sort of keep under wraps a little bit. God, just give me racing already. I know we've waited weeks. We've waited so long. Waited so long for the summer break. And now we've got another red flag. Ah. Ooh, Lewis Hamilton's got water in the top of his helmet. Ooh. You do not want that. Especially if we'd have gone under race conditions. Water inside of your helmet. Lewis Hamilton just wouldn't have been able to see anything in 2 or 3 laps time. Red flag. Yeah, no start yet. All gonna go. Oh, we wait again, lads. We wait again. That guy in chat who was about to get on a flight might see the race. Yeah, it could be a little while before this one gets underway for us, guys. Could be a little while. Oh, they're lining up in the pit lane, though. Max Verstappen saying it isn't that bad. How bad do you have to want 25 points, Max? You're going to kill yourself. Goodness gracious me. It's a good point, though, Mallory. Do you reckon Checo will be able to start this race? Do you think Checo will be able to, even if he starts from the back of the grid, starting from the back of the grid and having the opportunity to get up towards the front? Maybe. Also, we've got to consider that we're using fuel at this point. So even if we do get underway, they'll be able to do, what, 42 laps? So it would have been a 44-lap race. They've done 2 laps behind the safety car. So, oh no, they did a first formation lap. They've done 1 lap. So technically it'd be like 43 laps, 42 laps of racing. But we're just going to have to wait that little bit longer. We're in the pits. Perez can race. That's what I was asking. I'm not sure. Love to know if anyone knows the inside scoop on whether they haven't really shown anything from Perez. Yeah, if they can't get the race in within 4 hours of the start time, then it won't go ahead. So they've got, what, 3.5 hours left. We wanted rain, but this is a bit too much. Yeah, it's a little bit too much, isn't it? Little bit too much. As I've just realised that we've hit 50 likes on the stream. Thank you guys so much. Considering we haven't actually done anything yet because the race hasn't started. Thank you guys so much for spending the time with me. 51 likes. Insane stuff. Thank you so much. And we had our first ever super chat yesterday from Sadie, who's here again today. Like, can't believe that. Can't believe that. 51 likes. Everything's coming up Millhouse. We're back with Formula 1. All we need now is for the race to start and everything is going to be all good. Verstappen saying it isn't that bad, but all other drivers feel otherwise. Yeah. I think it's just because Max was only behind the safety car, so he's looking at it from a different perspective. Like, his visibility was probably all right, but the amount of spray that comes off of a Formula 1 car compared to a normal car is insane. Like, they're displaying hundreds of litres of water all of the time. My COVID test was negative. Nice. This race needs to happen before I lose my power from the hurricane. You've got a hurricane, Preston. I think you should get your priorities in check. If there's a hurricane, I wouldn't be worried about a Formula One race. Goodness. There's no way we can race at this moment in time. Charles Leclerc there in the Ferrari garage. Will we get started, to be honest? Oh. What will happen if the race is cancelled? No points at all. Ooh. Isn't it half points? Oh, no, it's half points if they get to a certain percentage of laps, isn't it? Yeah, I think it will just be no points if the race doesn't go ahead, to be honest. What is it? It's half points if the race goes to, like, certain percentage. It's full points if the race goes to a percentage above that. So... But yeah, I don't know what happens in terms of the budget cap. Like, all of the money and time that they spent over the course of this weekend, I guess it just still goes towards the cost cap, but we have one less race, realistically. Like, they would have spent this money anyway on this weekend, so it shouldn't affect the teams too much. But yeah. WTF1 meme review will be amazing. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I'd imagine a lot about the rain, to be honest with you. The full race length will remain. The race never started yet. But the problem is, Mallory, they've used a lap's worth of fuel. So surely they'd have to take a lap off of the race because they've used another lap's worth of fuel because they did 2 formation laps. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. But I can't imagine they'll have enough fuel to do a full race. If these conditions continue, I can clearly see Russell's first podium. I mean, yeah, if they just take the result for the weekend from qualifying, Russell will gain a 2nd place on his CV. Not bad at all. Horner announced that Perez isn't driving. Ah, that's annoying. That's annoying. I thought maybe they'd have been able to just get the car ready. They've been given an extra 40 minutes or whatever, right? Nikita Mazepin. Goodness me. Every race we want it to rain. We want it to rain, but we don't want it to be impossible to see. I think there's a slight difference between, like, rain and then just nothing. Yeah, they just have no points, basically, if the race doesn't go ahead. How much more delay is there? We are not sure. We are not sure, but none of the drivers are anywhere near any of the cars, so it's not going to be starting any time soon. As we're looking at Giovinazzi there in the Alfa Romeo garage. Just chilling. Here we go. How much more delay is there? No idea. Engine safe for next week's race. Yeah, that's very true. You'd have one less race worth of engine wear, one less race worth of gearbox wear. But I'm sure they'd much prefer to be racing, to be honest with you. When we have hurricanes, there's nothing else we can do but hunker down and watch TV. That's true. That is true. Suppose you just stay indoors. I've never been in a hurricane. I feel like the UK doesn't have that crazy old weather conditions, to be honest with you. Like, it just rains here all the time, but that's about as exciting as it gets. We never really have anything too crazy. Restart the race tomorrow. It's a bank holiday anyway. I mean, I'd love that. Another stream. To be fair, I can show you the schedule for next week if you want. Because we're in Zandvoort, aren't we? The Netherlands Grand Prix next weekend. Same times, actually. So, Friday, I'm going to be doing a video on Sebastian Vettel this week. Put together a little bit of a script on Sebastian Vettel. And going to be doing a little bit of a deep dive into him over the last few years, actually. That's coming out on Friday. Also Friday, our pre-race preamble, where we're just going to be talking about the Netherlands Grand Prix, the repercussions from this weekend and what we're looking at next weekend. Saturday qualifying, Mr. Saturday himself there, George Russell, will be at 1:30 GMT. So 1:30 GMT for qualifying live next weekend. And of course the race exactly the same time next weekend. I'll be live at 13:30, 1:30, and the race is at 2 o'clock GMT. That is the plan for next weekend in terms of Zandvoort. The Netherlands crowd with Max Verstappen there. I am expecting some big, big things from next weekend. Going to be very, very exciting indeed. F1 delays to be like another one. Yeah, it does seem that way. They are definitely just ramping up for the Grand Prix. I feel like I've been waiting what feels like forever. Can we just stop the rain? It looks like it's still raining. God. Looks like it is still raining. This race is going to be carnage if it ever goes ahead. I think that's why they've delayed it so much. Because we saw yesterday in qualifying, you know, we can... Maybe it will be tomorrow. Maybe it just can't go ahead today. I'm not sure it can. If it can't go ahead today, I think they'll go tomorrow, right? I think they'll go for tomorrow because just not running a race would be pretty bad for the sponsors and the teams and so on. Oh, Red Bull with the FIA. Oh. Wow. Red Bull on the radio there. Trying to get Sergio Perez back into the race, but the FIA is saying no. Wow. Red Bull are on the radio to the FIA getting, can Sergio Perez re-enter this race? Here we go. There's the storyline we needed whilst we're waiting for the weather to stop. Here we go. Can we have Christian Horner on the radio, please? I'd love to hear what Christian Horner has to say about this, because he will be livid. Wow. FIA race control. Are they going to let Sergio Perez come back in? Technically, they've done a lap, but it was a formation lap, so it wasn't a lap within the race. But was it a lap within the race? It's very difficult to judge that one. Was it a lap in the race, or was it a formation lap? What do we think? Should we have Sergio Perez back in the race? I'd love to know your guys' opinion. Do we think Sergio Perez should be allowed back in if Red Bull can fix that car? Bit of tension there. Everyone tries to get more viewers and tension. Yeah, definitely. But this is what we need. We need a little bit of something to spice up waiting for rain to stop. And Red Bull are the perfect team to come along for that kind of thing. If you ever need a little bit of controversy in Formula One, Red Bull are the team to sort of edge your bets towards. They are absolutely sensational at putting themselves in for a little bit of controversy. I don't know, though. It seems like... Personally, I think that he should be allowed to restart the race. I know that they've technically done a lap, though. I'm not sure. They've done it. If they hadn't done the formation lap, I think it's without question Sergio Perez should have just been able to rejoin the race. The problem is they've done that formation lap, so everybody is going to be a lap of fuel down compared to... And technically the race hasn't started, but it has because they've done a lap behind the safety car. So... I mean, it kind of makes. I think they should let him back in. It's better for the sport if we have all 20 drivers on the track, right? And it's better for Sergio Perez, and especially one of the drivers that could have, made a little bit of a move over the course of this weekend. Because if we look at the qualification board, like Sergio Perez, if he's starting in 7th, he's going to be making moves up towards the top of the grid. Oh. As I get a text message from my mum. She obviously clearly knows that the rain is coming down and that I am not yet busy. Am I okay? Yep, Mum. Just waiting. I'll just let her know that I'm streaming. She might even drop in. Might even drop in the chat. Sadie with £1.79. Might be it because I don't have dollars. But have a good day. Thank you so much, Sadie. You're just the best. Like, again, you did this yesterday, and I don't know what to say when people do it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that beyond what you would imagine. Thank you so much. Wake me up when it stops. Yeah, it does feel like that at this point, doesn't it? Gonna be a bit of a wait. Thank you, Sadie, though. That is amazing of you. You really don't have to, but I massively appreciate it. I think I make about £1 per stream, so now it's £2.80, and we're edging towards just buying more things. Buying more things, getting more stuff for the stream. That would be the best. In the days of spare cars, Perez would be running back. Oh, that's very true, yeah. If they did just have a whole spare car, he would have easily been back on the track. But I think that's the thing. They do need to reform basically a lot of that front right-hand side. There's a lot of parts that are going to be going onto that car. Technically nothing that would cause him to get a grid penalty or anything. It's not a gearbox change or anything like that. But that is just the way. Can't they just forget about that lap, refill the cars, and restart the race? Ooh, maybe. I don't know if they're allowed to refill the cars at this point. I think technically they're under the new rules, right? They're not allowed to refill. Because if we've technically started the race, you're not allowed to refill a car during the race. So they wouldn't be able to refill in terms of fuel. Too many new rules of red tape now. I think they're just trying to make it safer. I do understand why you don't refuel the cars. Like, that used to be absolute insanity when they used to refuel the cars during the race. The amount of times we just saw fireballs in the pit lane. It was silly. It was silly, and especially when you can just put enough fuel in the car to get through the entire race. Like, why not? Why not? Do I want the Wii stuff? What do you mean, Mum? Should we have a look? This is an insight into what my family are doing. Oh. One stack of likes. How many likes are we on? Let me have a look. Dun, 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 dun. 60. Oh, I've broken it. 64 likes. Unreal. I can't remember what our highest ever was. I think it was Hungary. And it was like nearing like 80 or something. But we're already smashing that today. We're flying towards 80 likes. 66 likes now. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for leaving a like. Thank you for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed already, I massively appreciate if you do so. We're at 3,231 subscribers right about now. Could we hit 3,250? 19 more today? Could be. I was trying to get 3,000 by today, and we've blown that out of the water. So we're just going to have to keep going, guys. Just going to have to keep the ball rolling. So if they can't refuel, Perez shouldn't be able to start. Yeah, exactly. But then Perez hasn't... I don't think they've done anything to refuel Perez's car. I think the problem is everybody else would be a lap of fuel down, right? Alex Albon there with Max Verstappen in the Red Bull garage. Nice to see him there with the guys from Red Bull. Obviously, their test driver this season. Do we think Alex Albon will ever be back in Formula One? I kind of hope so. He was one of the better drivers in terms of personality out there. I did really like him as a person. He never just quite clicked at Red Bull, did he? Never quite clicked for him. Missed out on a lot of points because of collisions with Lewis Hamilton, though. So can't really blame him. Watching some Australian stadium super trucks in the break. You ever seen it? No, I can't say that I've ever seen an Australian stadium super truck. What is that? Should we have a little Google? Australian stadium super truck. Super truck. Australian stadium super truck. Whoa! That is getting some air. I just don't understand why you'd ever want a car off of the ground. That's crazy. Some super trucks here. Shall I let you have a look? It's the worst picture of a super truck I've ever seen. There you go. This is an Australian super truck for you. I don't think it will ever focus. I mean, it looks interesting. I'll give it to you. It looks interesting. Second best motorsport. Get your mum on a call. I don't think you want to talk to my mum. She's a bit mental. She's an old British lady. 75 likes. Absolutely insane. Alex Albon loitering, trying to find that way back into Formula One as soon as he can. Daniel with $5. Thank you so much. Great content, mate. Thank you, Daniel. You are the best. You're a wonderful, wonderful man. I don't know what to say. I always get a little bit dumbfounded when people actually enjoy things that I do. Thank you so much for £5. $5, sorry. That is amazing. Thank you so much. I wish I could do something in return. I can't. I don't know what to. I don't. Thank you. Thank you. What if Perez does a lap or two? Yeah, just send Perez out for a lap or two. Get him to the same amount of fuel as everybody else. Is it safe to refuel outside the context of a race? It's safe to refuel outside the context of a race, yeah. But I just don't think they're allowed to. Because I think technically, because they've done the formation lap, we're under race conditions. And under race conditions, you can't actually show the refill the car. Sorry. Alex Albon will probably end up in management. I think he'll do anything to just be close to Formula One. To be honest, I think he will just do absolutely anything that he can to get close to Formula One. Hello from the USA. Hello, Dan One Mal. Hello, mate. How are we? Still heavy rain and forecast for tomorrow too. Yeah, a lot of rain, unfortunately. Still going. As the guy's having chips in the grandstand. They probably cost him about £15. £15 chips there. Can't go wrong with that. I might go get a snack, to be honest with you. It's at this point, we should be an hour into the race by now. But, oh. We're now talking to Zach Brown. A little bit of an insight for the Mercedes guys here. 79 likes. We up to 79 likes. God, we could smash it. I might actually have to have a look at what our most liked stream is and see if we can beat it today. First stream back after the summer break, to be fair. A lot of people getting involved. Loving it. Let me have a look. Content, lives. Hopefully you guys can't see this. A lot of behind the scenes stuff. Most likes on a stream was Hungary. We got 109. 109. So we have broken 100 before. There must have been a lot more after the fact. I think we only got 80 live, but 109 overall. So we're aiming for it. We're aiming for it. You can't donate in your region, but you want to support the channel. I mean, just by watching and subscribing and liking is the best way to support the channel by far and away. Just by liking things, subscribing, watching the videos, by far and away. You don't have to do anything more than that, Captain. I really appreciate it though. Anything more than that is beyond the Call of Duty. Anything above that is absolutely a thing. But thank you so much, mate. What's up? Much love from Greece. You guys are from here, there, and everywhere. I do love it. I do love it. I like the background matches the jumper. Yeah, I did this on purpose, actually. I wish I did it on purpose. I wish I'd have thought ahead. And but unfortunately, apparently I just really like this shape. And I hadn't noticed until today when everyone has pointed it out to me. Will the race be live streamed? I mean, hopefully, once it starts. They should just start the race. I don't think they can, purely from a safety perspective. Purely from a safety perspective, they can't start this race. Like, the amount of water is unreal. You love chips with mayonnaise? Oh, I don't know. Chips with ketchup is the one, right? Here we go. There we go. This is our debate for the next 5 minutes. You're having some chips / fries from wherever you're from. What condiment are you going with it? Bit of mayonnaise, bit of ketchup, bit of salad cream, maybe some honey mustard. I'd personally opt for some ketchup. I like the tomato-y, like some proper dirty ketchup as well. It's a bit vinegary. I'd love that. I think that's the way forward. This guy's gone for mayonnaise. Mallory's gone for mayonnaise. It's up to you, but if you don't pick ketchup, you're wrong. Wow, you guys are from here, there, and everywhere. Williams will be like 1998 if they start it now. Will it ever start? We don't know. We're waiting for the FIA. Technically, we're under red flags, so they don't have to give us a start time until they have one guaranteed. They delayed the start of the formation lap for 25 minutes, and now we've been under red flags ever since that formation lap, so... Australia, Moldova. Jesus. Wow, thank you so much, guys. Amazing. From India? How do I watch F1? Is it not available in my country? Can you help me with that? I'd imagine the best way forward, if you want to watch it but it's not available in your country, is a VPN, right? That's what I do with Netflix. I use a VPN for Netflix to watch things that are outside of my region. So I'd imagine if you get a VPN and then pretend to be in the UK or USA, somewhere along that, and then go from there, I'd imagine. Who is my favourite driver of all time? Jenson Button. Right now. Ooh, Lando Norris or Pierre Gasly? Gonna go Pierre Gasly. I think just ahead of Lando Norris. But I do absolutely love Lando Norris too. Really hoping for a Daniel Ricciardo podium? Yes, that's the kind of thing we want to hear, Ghostly. That is the kind of hear. Starting grid is completely wrong. Is it? I don't think it is. Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Vettel, Gasly. Perez isn't starting technically now. Ocon, Leclerc. No, that's right. I think. Might be completely wrong. Now you've made me distrust myself. Waiting here in Germany. God, you guys are forever. Vinegar. Just vinegar on chips. Nah, you gotta have a sauce of some kind. Gotta have a sauce. Barbecue sauce. Great one. Will the race be delayed? Hopefully not. Anything but gravy from Sally. Ooh, curry sauce. Yeah, Adam, you might have a great shout there. Black pepper sauce. What on earth are you guys having? Feel a little bit basic with my ketchup now. Black pepper sauce from Supreme Mango. Hello. Don't like ketchup. Honey mustard. You go nude, no condiments. Dry though, very dry experience with salty chips if you don't have a condiment. James Hunt would have a kitten over rain delay. Yeah. Yeah. Malt vinegar on chips for the win. Like proper chippy vinegar. It isn't actually vinegar, it's like brown liquid or whatever it's called. It's not allowed to actually be called vinegar because it isn't. It's like something else. Did Lando's car get repaired in time? Yes, it did get repaired in time, but he had a 5-place penalty because they had to replace the gearbox of the car. So they replaced the gearbox in Lando Norris's car, so he had a 5-place penalty. So he's starting from 14th. But then if Sergio Perez doesn't start the race, I guess technically he's starting from 13th. So not too bad at all. Washington, D.C. Wow. Getting dark, low light conditions. Yes. It's going to be a little while. We have got the safety medical car going around, though. Medical car is going around. Getting an idea of what's going on. But it doesn't look like the rain's stopping. I think the problem is we need the rain to stop before we have any sort of actual idea what could go ahead today. The rain has not stopped. So as long as the rain is keep coming down, we're going to be nowhere near starting this Grand Prix. The race will start about 45 minutes. Do you think so? If the rain stops now, I think you could be along the right lines, Anne. Russell disqualified from quali. Oh, God. Just kidding. I was like, what? I don't think so. I mean, we've literally had a formation lap and he was in second. Imagine if you got disqualified from qualifying now, after the race has already started. God. You've stayed up till 2 in the morning for this race and it's been red flagged because of rain. Oh, Billy, I feel for you. I feel for you, Billy. I do feel for you. But that is unfortunately the way with Formula 1 sometimes. I feel like we need Formula 1, like an indoor Formula 1 event for this kind of thing, right? Do you think there'll ever be a Formula 1 event that's indoors? That would be pretty cool. There'd be no wind, though. Well, that'd be really interesting. An indoor Grand Prix. Because they'd be able to set the wind condition, the temperature, all that kind of thing. To like a very specific number. From Somaliland. Somaliland? Somaliland. This is where my geography skills come in. That's amazing, though. I can't even say that word. And you're from there. You might have already answered, but what do you think of Russell will fall back or stay around where he is? I think he'll do incredibly well to stay where he is. I think George Russell will end up... I think if he can end up still in the points by the end of the race, he's done an exceptionally good job. I think if he can keep in the points for the race, he's done an exceptionally good job. I don't think finishing in second is going to be very likely with the likes of Hamilton, Ricciardo, Vettel, Gasly, Perez possibly all, barreling down on him in a much quicker car. Let's not remember. This Williams car is, 1, not great at following other cars, and 2, not very quick in and of itself anyway. So, a gearbox penalty, even though the FIA were the ones that didn't red flag qualifying. Yeah, is one of those, unfortunately. Lando Norris has just been the one to lose out. Could have been anybody. I think whoever would have been on track, it would have been the same. It's just unfortunate that Lando Norris was the one that was on track first. Lando going to get his revenge on Bottas. Yeah, he could do, to be fair. Could just smack into the back of the Mercedes, take out Carlos Sainz. I don't think Lando Norris would do that to Carlos Sainz. He loves him too much. I love him too much. On the weather apps, it doesn't look like it's starting soon. No, really. 12 a.m. for you, fast forward. Wow. That is dedication to the sport. Dedication. Although, when it comes to like Abu Dhabi, when am I gonna have to stream? It's gonna be a late night streaming for me at some point. Should we have a little look? Why the heck are they wasting our time? It's obviously going to get cancelled. You never know, though. We said this about Canada. When was that? This reminds me of Canada, what feels like quite a while ago, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But there was a Canada race where it was delayed for like 2 hours, and then it went ahead, and it was a really good race. Oh, no, there's not too many races. Brazil's a little bit late for me. USA. Ooh, USA's good. USA is a 10 o'clock qualifying for me. Late night Formula One content from Not Applicable here. When we get towards the American races. Is the race red flag still? Yes, Jerry, it is. Still red flag at this point in time. Still red flag. Just waiting and watching and wondering whenever it will get started. I've just ordered food for the race, eaten it, and now ordered it again. Red flag making me fat. I feel you, Adam. I might go and get some snacks, to be fair. Could be here for a little while. How about the idea of all F1 drivers racing together again in go-kart? I think that would be good. I watched the, was it a WTF1 video about Formula One being an Olympic sport? And the fact that if it was an Olympic sport, they'd obviously all have to drive in cars that were exactly the same. So that would be very interesting. Very interesting. If we did get like one race a year where everybody on the grid all drove the same car or the same, quality of car for the Grand Prix. I think it would be very interesting. I'd wonder who would win. If all the drivers were in exactly the same machinery, who do you think would win? Let's say, who do you think would be your podium? So let's say that Formula One becomes an Olympic sport. They do a karting in the Olympics, similar to like the skateboarding and stuff that's come in over the last couple of years. Let's say karting becomes an Olympic sport. Who's on your podium of the drivers on the grid right now? And you got to remember, you can only have one or two athletes per country as well. So if you're going to say Lando Norris, George Russell, and Lewis Hamilton, would all three of them make the Olympic team? Or do you reckon the Olympic team would just pick two of them, one of them? It'd be very close. But I'd love to know, who do you think your top three would be? Everybody's in the same car at the Olympics. Who would get our medals? It's getting dark soon, though. Yeah, it's going to get dark. It's about 4 o'clock in Belgium, 10 past 4 in Belgium, so gonna start to get darker soon. 45 minutes from now, they're saying, ooh, when the rain may abate. Currently playing the Formula One game while waiting for the race, while watching you waiting for the race. Thank you, it's Ghostly, sorry, not I'm Ghostly, it's Ghostly. Yeah, I have been playing the Formula One race quite a lot, actually. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. They should do a last... George Russell's like, yeah, I'm ready to race. Ready to race that. But obviously he has to wait. That is a good point that George Russell's making, actually. If they do decide to delay the race until tomorrow, they're costing themselves a day moving stuff to Holland. Like, they've got to get all of this stuff to the Netherlands before Wednesday, right? And if there's an extra day of racing, there's going to be a lot leaving. There's not a lot of time to leave them to get everything towards Netherlands. Yuki would win because he's the same weight as a plastic bag. He would definitely have an advantage being the smallest driver. definitely have an advantage in a karting style race. Let's just do a F1 2021 survive damage mod IRL. No grip, yeah. Lando, Russell, Max, like it. Lando #1 though. Do you think Lando would win a karting race out of everybody? Hamilton, Verstappen, Leclerc. Mm. Hamilton, Russell, Verstappen. Hamilton, Max, George and Lando. Max, Hamilton. Everybody's loving Max and Hamilton. I suppose they are like... I don't know though. They've got the best machinery underneath them. Seb Max Alonso from Manev. Seb Max Alonso. Wow. Verstappen, Russell, Ricciardo. Verstappen, Norris, Sainz. Sonoda, Norris, Gasly. I like that. I like the fact that Sonoda's getting a shout in there. He'd definitely have a big advantage in the fact that he's the smallest driver by a long way. Like Ocon would be screwed. Ocon would definitely not win a karting race because he's just so much bigger than the rest of them. Any chance they fix Perez's car? I think they have fixed Perez's car by the sounds of things. Red Bull are asking whether or not he's allowed to join the race. And I'm not sure if the FIA have given them the yes or a no, to be honest. I haven't heard anything about the FIA stance on Perez since we had that little debate between Jonathan and Michael in the FIA. Haven't seen anything since. Gold, Verstappen, silver, Russell, bronze, Pierre. I like the fact that we're chucking Pierre in there. I think Yuki Tsunoda might be in there, you know. I think that's a really good point that he's so much lighter than everybody. Lando is very small too. I think I'm going to go... Everybody in karts. I'm going to go Lando. I'm going to go... Oh, second's hard. I want to stick Yuki in at third, just because I love a bit of Yuki in there. And also think it's quite funny. I don't know, though. Seb, probably. I feel like Seb would just be really good at karting. I feel like he would just be really good. It's only 110 miles away. Yeah, but they've still got to move everything. Still got to get everything there in like 2 days and set everything back up again. It's a lot of stuff. Oh. Wow. Mercedes on the radio asking about whether or not this is going to be starting. Oh. Sergio Perez might be able to start from the pit lane. Here we go. And now Mercedes are now having a little bit of a... Oh, I don't think he should be able to start from the pit lane, actually. Will Mercedes and Red Bull ever just leave each other alone? So Sergio Perez, in the view of the FIA stewards, is allowed to take part if he starts from the pit lane and his car is fixed fully. And Mercedes have just said, why? Are you sure you should be able to do that? Are you sure? Poor little Perez, starting from the pit lane. Got COVID for a third time. Good gracious, you are very unlucky. Or you just need to be staying indoors a little bit more, mate. Get yourself into Formula 1 a bit more, you'll be indoors. Just waiting, watching the rain. They're still fixing the Red Bull, yes, but they've got a little bit of time on their hands now. Because, wow. So we're an hour and a, what? Hour and a bit into the 3-hour delay. So even if we get going, the race will definitely finish in an hour and 45 minutes. So we could end up with like almost like a sprint race. We could end up with a 30, an hour long race or so. We could end up with a bit of a sprint race rather than with Lando's Karting Club Quadrant. Yeah, I do like Quadrant actually. I've been watching a lot of their content recently. I do quite like the Quadrant like group. I like Veloce too. Who do we prefer, Veloce, Quadrant, or WTF1? Because I don't have any connections to any of them. I'd love to work with each of them, but I'd love to know your guys' opinion. Which would you like? If I could get hold of one of the three groups, which one would you prefer me to do a collab with? Not that it's going to happen anytime soon, but if I could, who would we want? WTF1, Veloce, Quadrant. What are we thinking? It is indeed still raining. Yeah, so if if Perez's car, not Pierre, if Perez's car is fixed in time, he will be allowed to race, however long that race will be. Race is continuing to be delayed. Rain is still coming down, yeah. Mercedes are crybabies. Yeah. Mercedes are... Well, I think they're just a little bit upset about it, right? Oh, Red Bull. There we go. It's been confirmed. It's been confirmed. Sergio Perez is allowed to start the race. Watching from the United States. Wow, amazing. Hope you do Formula NASCAR 2021. Could do, to be fair. Could do. I could do some more formulas. I thought about doing a Formula E live stream for the end of the Formula E season, but then I couldn't have done one. So another delay. We're just under red flags, so it's not another delay. We're just still waiting on any sort of update whatsoever. Although we've been told that Sergio Perez is allowed to start, so I'm assuming the FIA think that there's going to be a start at some point. Most Formula teams have a second set of crew. Oh, really? So they could just have the second set of crews start to set up the garages and the rest of the stuff before the cars actually get there. That could be the case. Daniel Johan, hello, how you doing? Sadie, you, thank you, appreciate that. The rain is supposed to stop at 1 AM local time. I don't think this is going to happen, boys. Goodness me. Super GT. I do really like Super GT and Quadrant. Checo can race from the pit lane. Yes, he can. Quadrant, Veloce, Quadrant, all of them. It's pretty 50-50. Team not applicable. I look like a Quadrant fellow. The problem with Quadrant is there's 4 of them, right? Hence Quadrant. So there's no space to get involved there. What if George Russell won? I'd love George Russell to win. Absolutely love George Russell to win. Any updates on the race? Not really, to be honest. Not really. We are just waiting and seeing. The FIA are saying that Sergio Perez can start the race from the pit lane, though. So that kind of gives me a hint that they're expecting the race to start in some way. Because, you know, that is just the way. If it's the other way around, Red Bull would be crying. It's so predictable. Oh, yeah. Mercedes are doing the exactly what I expect, in that they are having a little bit of a moan about it. I would definitely be doing the same. Why is Mick Schumacher standing out in the rain? Mick, go and stand in the garage. Get yourself nice and warm. Goodness me. 101 likes. Is that true, Snow? I'll have a look. 105 likes. Guys, you are absolutely... I think it's 100... What did I say? 108 or 109 is our best. 109 is our best like percentage or like number. I don't know the numbers. I don't know the words. 109 is our best. So 4 more to equal it. 5 more likes to get to number 1 in the rain at Spa for a Grand Prix that hasn't even happened. 100 over 100 likes. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. Why did Sergio Perez's car need to be prepared? It needed to be repaired. So he crashed it on the outlap to the grid. He put it into the wall, and the whole right front area of the car effectively was a little bit broken. Just shunted it into the wall and couldn't get it back round again. So they had to get the crane out, get the car back, and they've been working on the car, trying to get it ready. They tried to get it ready for the actual start of the race, but that was never going to happen. But they've continued to work on the car, actually. And now they've been given the go-ahead if they want to start. Perez has to do an extra lap. I mean, it might not matter in the end. I don't think we're going to get a full race length at all, to be honest. 118 likes. Thank you guys so much. You are sensational. Sensational. I don't even know what to say. I'm really rubbish when I hit goals and stuff because I'm so thankful that I never know the words to actually put it into. I just want to say thank you so much. The support for the stream, the support for the channel is absolutely phenomenal. I really love doing these streams. I love getting to know you guys, chatting to you, Twitter, Instagram, all of the stuff that we like talk through. Yeah, thank you so much. And hopefully, you know, this can be the start of something really big, because I am still working on top of doing this. So the fact that I get to do this is like a massive luxury for me. And the fact that I now even get like paid to do this is insane. So yeah, thank you all so much indeed. Just finished Drive to Success. Ooh. And my first Grand Prix. Love your channel and would definitely be a regular. Thank you, Fouled, I want to say. I was about to say fraud. I don't think you want to be called a fraud. That's not very nice. America just trolling Red Bull. They're just hating each other. Just always going to hate each other. Mazepin will win. I mean, anything could happen in these racing conditions. I'd be surprised. I think everyone else would have to have a little bit of a catastrophe. But hey, it's the first time. Thank you, Rohit. Thanks for dropping by. All I want is Russell in the points. Go, George. Yes, Beast Boy. I can agree with that. I like your thought process. We do indeed want George Russell in the points, and it is definitely up for debate as to whether he'll be able to keep it in the points or not with the kind of guys that are behind him in these mixed weather conditions, starting from second place. It's going to be tricky for him, but if anyone can, George can. Ooh. Should I just pop up something else to look at for a sec? We're just still waiting. Still waiting. Drivers' Championship there if you fancy having a look. First time watching you. Thank you, Veer. I hope you're enjoying it. I mean, there's not much to watch at the minute because there's not a lot going on. We're just looking at the rain at this point. You think watching paint dry is boring? Imagine watching the rain fall. That is basically what we're doing as a group together at this moment in time. Has the race started yet? Technically, yes, but also no. Technically, yes, but also no. 131 likes. You guys are absolutely just crazy. You guys are mental. Like, thank you so much. And five and a bit pounds worth of super chats as well today. That's mental. That's more than I get for like 3 videos in super chats today. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mick is the best this season at fuel saving. So bring on 44 laps. There's not going to be a... I think they'll... Well, we've got the 3-hour limit, right? So even if we start now, we'll only have an hour and a half race. Which is fairly... Yeah, we've got the 3-hour limit. So we've only got an hour and 35 minutes left of race timing. It'll be like a wet spa race when Jordan won, I hope. Oh, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Bit of an outside winner. I was kind of wrong about 2 red flags. I mean, there's been one. There's been one. But yeah, not 2 yet. I mean, even if we start racing now, I think there probably would be another red flag. I can't imagine everyone getting around safely. The Mercedes Red Bull thing isn't helped by the fact Christian Horner is such a whiny baby. I mean, it's Mercedes that are actually whining now. It's Mercedes that are whining now. Because Red Bull have been given the go-ahead to get Sergio Perez on the grid, or starting from the pit lane. So we're still waiting, unfortunately. Russell just caught having it up for the global broadcast. Yeah, George Russell just is a wonderful man, isn't he? Just a wonderful man, wonderful person. If there's one Formula One driver you could meet, who would it be? I think mine might be George Russell. Or Lando Norris, though. I'd love to meet Lando. And Carlos Sainz. I jumped the gun there because I've actually thought about it for 30 seconds, and there's a lot of them I'd love to meet. If you could meet one Formula One driver, let's say you can go to dinner with one Formula One driver, or you can spend a day with one Formula One driver, who would it be? Daniel Ricciardo would also be really fun. I feel like Daniel Ricciardo would be brilliant. Sebastian Vettel would be excellent. I'd learn so much from Sebastian Vettel, I feel. Oh, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go Lando Norris just because I feel like we'd probably get on. I feel like we'd probably get on, me and Lando. And you know, he's into streaming. We could talk about Twitch. We could talk about YouTube, that kind of thing. I feel like George Russell would be the nicest person to meet on the grid. Although Sebastian Vettel would also be very, very nice, wouldn't he? I think it's a close game. I'd love to know who you pick. If you could meet any Formula One driver. You're literally painting and waiting for it to dry. Well, we're waiting for 2 things to dry then, Sadie. Waiting for 2 things to dry. George was so good in the wet yesterday. I really hope he could finish in the points. I think he's on for a finish in the points. Have you seen the W Series crash here at Spa? Yeah, it was terrible. I'm so glad that everybody is okay. But I think, you know, just gives an insight into Spa and the changes that need to be made, because every single series that races here has a problem there. So, have you seen the Netflix Schumacher trailer yet? No, I have not. I was thinking about doing a live stream watching the Schumacher thing. Oh, thank you for the follow on Instagram, whoever that was. I was thinking about watching the Schumacher documentary and like streaming it, because I'm definitely going to be streaming Drive to Survive, and watching that with you guys like live in this kind of capacity. We should definitely watch Drive to Survive together. But we could watch Schumacher. Do we know when it's out? Documentary release date. 15th of September. Oh, it's soon. When is the 15th of September? What day is that? Calendar. Oh, it's a Wednesday. A Wednesday. Should we like... Is there a race that weekend? Probably, isn't there? No, there's not a race that weekend. Maybe we could watch Schumacher together on like the Friday or the Saturday. The 17th or the 18th. Because I don't think I can do the Wednesday. And also Wednesday just feels like a bit of a rubbish day to do it. Love when it drags out. There's a lot going on. Got Ocon and Alonso sitting in the Alpine garage together, getting some selfies, watching TV. Lots of people going for Seb. Seb, Lando. Seb or Lando. Lando or Danny. Danny, yeah, Seb. Seb, Dan, Lando. Makes sense. One shout for Gasly there from Fast Forward. Kevin Magnussen, Metal Fan 1. Not technically a Formula 1 driver, I'm afraid. Not anymore. But yeah, I suppose. Ooh. Okay. The McLaren guys are just asking about the race. So it looks like it's going to be 39 laps. And... Ooh. Okay, so to get to half points for this race, they'd have to do 2 more laps behind the safety car or otherwise. So we need 2 more laps before the race actually counts, and then they'd get half points for the race this weekend. So we're looking at 39 laps if the race does restart, and we're looking at 2 more laps minimum for the race to count and for points to be awarded, but it would still only be half points. Wow. Okay. Yuki. Okay. It's a good shout for a person to spend a day with. I feel like Yuki would be quite fun, to be fair. 15th September. Love your channel. Would you rather Danny Podium or Russell Big Points? Or Jin? That is a hell of a question. Personally, I'm a bit more of a Russell fan than I am Ricciardo. I do love Ricciardo though, and seeing him on the podium in his 200th race. You know what? Just this weekend, because it is Danny Rick and it's his 200th race and it's McLaren, I'm gonna go for Danny Rick on the podium. Would be better than George Russell points. When is the race starting again? We don't know yet. We've only got an hour and 28 minutes left. Otherwise, the race is not allowed to go ahead. And as I said, we need to have at least 2 more laps before the race is allowed to go ahead, and we would get some points. Otherwise, it would just be a null and void, I think. Latifi is a nice guy, and you've asked him nicely. Probably fund a racing career for you. Yeah, probably too, Ben. The weather is atrocious. The weather is atrocious. Is it still cancelled? No, it's not cancelled. We're under red flag. We're under red flag, not cancelled. We're still waiting. We are still waiting. Watching and waiting and hoping. We've hit 138 likes on the stream. What? What? This is insane. Thank you guys so much. I don't even know what to set as a goal anymore. I usually aim for like 40. If we hit 40, it's usually a good day. 140 is mental. Absolutely mental. Thank you guys so much. So yeah, we'll probably do a Schumacher stream on that weekend, I think. I've had a little look on my calendar. I think we're going to have a go. What's happened? I mean, nothing really. The race was supposed to start an hour and a half or so ago. We then had a 25-minute delay. We did 2 formation laps behind the safety car, and then they came back into the pits for a red flag, and we've been waiting ever since. So not too much has happened, to be honest with you. I'm wondering if in about an hour's time, the FIA will get the cars to do 2 more laps behind the safety car so that they can award half points. I think it wouldn't surprise me if they do that. They just decide to do 2 more laps behind the safety car when it's dried up a tiny little bit, and they call that half points and the end. That wouldn't surprise me. Danny Rick there. What do you reckon he's watching on his phone? Where do they get these statistics? You know, when they give them a score out of 10 for their starts and for their performances from the season, how on earth do the Formula One team decide on that? Sergio Perez is The garage is still behind those big Red Bull Racing boards, though. So, nothing showing yet. Oh, the screens are moving. Are we going to see Sergio Perez? It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. They're opening the doors. What are we going to see? They're putting the front wing on. Sergio Perez's car looks ready. Wow. He's going to start from the pit lane, right? Okay. Sergio's car is indeed redo. Checo could crash again. I think the Red Bull guys would be livid if Sergio crashed again. They've just put that car together again. They've Humpty Dumpty'd it. And it does. They've tried their absolute best. But it is ready. So yeah, if they do 2 more laps, then more Williams points. Yeah, basically. Lots more points. Yeah, so if they do 2 more laps, you get 0.5 points, basically. So if you would have got 1 point, you'll get half a point. If you would have got 2, you'll get 1, so on and so on. So yeah, half points. So Verstappen will get 12.5 points for this, basically. If they do 2 more laps, that is. Do 2 more laps, they'll get half points. Maury, hello, mate. Well done on the amount of people. Hope you have been well. I have indeed, mate. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Geo Mick Schumacher Russell 1, 2, 3. Not sure about that one. Anything is possible. That is very true. Anything is possible today, especially in these weather conditions. But I'm not sure about that one. Wow. Sergio Perez's car is ready. Will they roll it out into the pit lane, into the back? Or are they going to keep it in the garage for now, do you reckon? I suppose they'll keep it in the garage. And then maybe if everyone goes round for a lap, they'll try again. Sadie with the 99p super chat. Thank you, Sadie. You're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Lovely, lovely stuff. I feel like I don't know how super chats work. I'll be honest. I got my first one yesterday, so I don't know how super chats work. Thank you so much, Sadie. I appreciate the super chat more than you could imagine. I don't know how they work. I don't know how much YouTube like takes a cut of it or like how that gets to be, but I hope that it does, and I hope that I can show that it was worthwhile sending me the 99p. So thank you, Sadie. Maybe we should start a Patreon. I've wanted to. Right, here we go. We've got to the point where I've run out of things to talk about because we've been waiting for 2 hours. So I might as well go over the behind the scenes of the channel that I'm thinking at this moment in time. So because I can't do this, basically I've been lucky because I've had a couple of weeks off of work. Hence why I've been able to put out more content, and I've been trying to like gain as many subscribers as I can. Whilst I've been off of work, but obviously I'm going to be back at work, and therefore it means that a lot of the content that you guys love is probably going to be less often, and some of the race streams I won't be able to do because I'll be at work, so on. So I'm trying to think about either starting some kind of. See, the problem is I'd love to do like a merchandise, because I feel like then I could give you a physical thing, and like a physical thing is so much nicer than like theoretical stuff. But I don't think that I have the capability to do that. And then I was thinking about starting a Patreon, but again, I'd want to give you. What would you want to see from a Patreon? Like what could I offer? I was thinking about a podcast that is Patreon only, where you can ask me questions, where you can ask me things outside of Formula One, basically, but a Formula One based podcast that is Patreon only. I was thinking that would be something I'd want to do. But what kind of Patreon only stuff would you want? Maybe some Patreon only live streams. Maybe a post race show. I was thinking like a post race live stream that is for Patreons only. So like we do the live streams normally during the race. But then, I don't know, an hour after the race, or for an hour after the race, I'd do like a post-race live stream. What kind of thing? Maybe a new video series? Maybe you can make a POV of your work. I can show you some behind-the-scenes stuff. It's a lot of me sitting at Photoshop and trying to put things together that looks semi-nice. You wish you had 2 weeks off work. It's been nice, to be fair. It's been very nice. What about the Rangers game? Are Rangers playing now? I haven't checked the football, to be fair. Bit gutted with the football, to be honest with you. 1-1 after a 10-man Chelsea for 45 minutes. Bit disappointed with Liverpool yesterday. Bit disappointed with Norwich yesterday, losing to Leicester. Should have been 2-2. Got taken away. We just want to have a platform to give you revenue that YouTube or some other entity doesn't take a huge cut. Is it really that bad from YouTube? That's annoying. I didn't realize that YouTube is that bad in terms of revenue. I know it's 50% of the ad revenue. So like for every advertisement that you watch on my channel, I get 50% of the cut from basically that ad from that ad company, basically. I knew that was the case. I didn't realize Super Chats was such a poor percentage. What's the percentage from Patreon then? Is it less? Is it less than YouTube? Probably. Hence, otherwise you wouldn't say that. Post-race live stream? Yes. Metal Fan 1. That would definitely be a thing. I could always do OnlyFans. I could. But, to be fair, OnlyFans is changing now. They're not going to be able to do the, how do I put this? The adult-only content on OnlyFans anymore, I don't think. Patreon or crypto wallet? I do have a crypto wallet. I don't know if I'd want you guys to pay me in cryptocurrencies, though. Start to be a bit strange, getting paid in like Bitcoin. And then I'd have to convert it, and it'd be all a shambles. Maybe I'll have a go. I'll have a think. Premier League predictions, Adam. Thank you for asking. I mean, Liverpool are gonna win the league. I think it's gonna be a strange one, right? Because don't Tottenham? Wait, what's the score? If Tottenham win today, they're top of the league, aren't they? And they're playing Watford, and they're 1-0 up. So Tottenham are gonna be top of the league. Yeah. Premier League predictions. I think top 4. I think Man City are still going to win the league, to be honest with you. I think Chelsea are going to be in the top 4. I think Liverpool are going to be in the top 4. And I think Man United will be in the top 4. I think we might have a surprise, like, 5th place finish. I could see, like, an Everton or something getting 5th. And Tottenham. Oh, no, Tottenham I haven't said. Tottenham will probably get 5th. I do like Nuno Espirito Santo. Do we have to watch the whole ad? I have no idea. I think if you watch more of the ad, more of the revenue goes to the person that you're watching. I should really look into it. I've literally last month was the first month I made enough. So to even get paid by YouTube, you have to make over a threshold per month. And I'd never hit that threshold until last month. So last month was the first month I hit that threshold. And got something like 80, 85 pounds something. So I rounded that up to 100 and bought a microphone. Basically, is what happened. So yeah, you have to hit a certain threshold before you get anything. Good question. Favorite driver: Pierre Gasly, Lando Norris. In that order. Pierre Gasly first favorite, second favorite Lando Norris. Is the race going to be there? We've got an hour and 15 minutes left. So I hope so, but we're waiting. We're still waiting. Your favorite Premier League team? I'm from Norwich. I support Liverpool. It's an awkward one. I had to pick a team when I was a kid. Literally, no one in my family watches football or any sport for that for that matter. So yeah, had to pick a team. I loved Fernando Torres at the time. Liverpool it was for me, and then yeah, as I've gotten older, because I live near Norwich or like near Norwich City Stadium, I've started to support them more and more. Iron's top five. Living in a little dream world there, Adam, I think. I mean, they've been very good, to be fair. They've been very, very good. I think the amount of quality that Chelsea have got, Man United have got, Man City have got, getting into the top five with the Hammers would be tricky. How about a podcast? I've been thinking about starting a podcast. Would you like a podcast with guests though, or would you like a podcast where it's just like me, and I'd probably write maybe a running order of some kind. We'd run through maybe the news in Formula One, and then I could do like questions from you guys. I know a lot of podcasts do like a segment where they do emails and that kind of thing, so you guys could send in an email. Got to get this party started if we want to have a race. Yeah, we have about an hour and 10 minutes left on the timer. Remember, we only need 2 more laps for the race to count. So as long as they can get in 2 or 3 laps before an hour and 15 minutes time, then we technically have had a race and it will count. But it's an awkward one. Do I want to see Fernando Alonso back on a podium? I've never been like a massive Fernando fan. I've not got anything against him either, though, to be honest with you. He's one of those drivers that I'm sort of a bit nonplussed about. I don't dislike him, but I don't really like him either. So I suppose it would be nice. The fact that he's come back into Formula One after a couple of years out, he is a veteran of the sport. It'd be nice to see him get one more podium, right? What do you think the race will start or not? It's all weather dependent, isn't it? It's all whether or not the rain starts and there's enough going on. You should do a podcast with occasional guests like me. I'd love to have you on, Mallory. I'd love to do that. Maybe we should. We should do a pod. I'll do a podcast. I could get like I'll get an Excel document. I'll try and find some guests for various weeks and stuff. To be fair, Mallory, you speak much more eloquently about Formula One than I do. So you'd probably be carrying the podcast, to be honest. Maybe a 5-lap sprint. It's looking that way. It's looking like we're probably going to end up with a sprint race of some kind. Almost like the Silverstone sprint race. We're just going to end up with a bit of a sprint. Do I like to watch races? I love to watch races. It's like pretty much my favourite thing to do, Mr. Dab. Also, we've hit over 150 likes on the stream, which is insanity. Thank you all so much. Appreciate that massively, 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 massively. Oh, anything? No, race still delayed due to weather conditions. Thought it was going to pop up with something then. But we're still just waiting. Even the Formula One TV crew are just showing random pictures of the crowd and of drivers and of Sergio Perez's car. It's been 7 years since we last saw Fernando on a podium. Alonso's last podium was Hungary 2014. Wow. Wow. Does feel like that shouldn't be the case. But maybe, yeah. I suppose that seems about, I don't know. You feel like a driver with that quality, but I suppose he has been in absolutely doggedly bad cars over the last few years. And then he's had a couple of years out. Not sure. Oh, welcome back. The Sky guys are talking. We're an hour and 50 minutes into this race, and we've seen 2 formation laps. It's been good. And a lot of people just dancing in the crowd. A lot of very damp people dancing. It's what we've seen over the last 2 hours. George could be P13 in the championship today. That would be impressive. Yeah, I suppose. Well, if he picks up, if he picks up 25 points, let's say he wins the race. Let's be very optimistic. He'd be equal with Ocon, but then everyone else would have to not get that many points. So he could be P10 if he finishes first and everyone above him crashes out. Oh, Red Bull. Okay. So once the green light goes off at the end of the pit, the race will have considered to have started, and therefore Sergio Perez can join the back because he can start from the pits. Wow. So Sergio Perez can join the back of the lineup, can join the back of the grid. Wow. So we're waiting for the green light then. And then if the green light goes off, he has to let everybody else leave the pit lane behind the safety car. And then Sergio Perez can come out of the garage and rejoin the race. Do you see Russell finishing on the podium? Absolutely not, unfortunately. I think it's going to be very tricky for him to finish on the podium today. The Williams looks good, but we've still got to remember that Williams car is not good in traffic. It's not good at following other cars. It's going to be very tricky for George Russell indeed. Oh, sorry, Mr. Dow. Favourite driver? My favourite driver is Pierre Gasly, followed by Lando Norris, followed by Carlos Sainz, probably. George Russell. There's a lot of drivers I like. Ah, George Russell giving a little wave to the fans. What a guy. Giving him a little bit of an applause. They've been sitting there for 2 hours in the rain, to be fair. It's clear they won't even start. Luca, never give up hope. Never give up hope, Luca. I will feel like Russell will get involved in the carnage. Nah, he's got himself in a good position in P2. You've just got to get around turn 1 and then hope that nothing comes up behind you, right? So P2, he's on the inside of the corner as well. So he might be okay. That's if we start from the grid, he's on the inside, obviously. If we start behind the safety car, he's just in line with Max Verstappen anyway. I think he'd be alright. He's a fairly clean driver, is George Russell, apart from obviously the incident with Bottas earlier on in the season. But oh, here we go. It's Kurun Chandok. I think he's been wandering up and down the pits. And it is still raining. Wow. I think the race is it's going to be tricky for it to go ahead at this point. Going to be very tricky indeed. We've been waiting 2 hours now, and a lot of rain still teeming down from the sky. Are we sending the safety car out? Gonna have a little look. Mr. Mylander, can you give us any indication as to whether we can start or not? Bless him. Looks like he's having a lovely time in the Mercedes this weekend in the safety car. Danny Rick gets a podium. He will drive Dale Earnhardt's number 3 NASCAR on the week of the US Grand Prix. What? Is that true? Maybe. I don't know. I've never heard about that. But yeah. If the safety car leads 2 laps, isn't it just quality results? It'll be quality results with half points, Chin. So 2 more laps of under the safety car, and it'll be the qualification grid, and it'll be half points. So if I can bob it up for you. Oh, that's my predictions. Max Verstappen will get 12.5 points, so on and so forth. And Latifi will pick up half a point. half a point. Let's just race again tomorrow. Does look like it's going to be heading towards tomorrow, to be honest. Turn 1 will be carnage. I don't know. Hopefully we're... Sebastian Vettel there. Standing there, waiting for the rain to stop, bless him. I think they need a new race control guy. He makes so many cock-ups. Yeah. He does seem to get the headlines, doesn't he? What is it, Maffey? Is that his name? He does seem to make quite a few headlines for himself, the new leader of the FIA. But it is a tough job, to be fair. There's always going to be someone who disagrees with you, whatever decision you make. So, do you remember when Karun Chundok used to race for HRT? Yeah. 2010, Caterham in 2011. I actually met him when he was driving for Caterham. Because Lotus were involved in the Caterham stuff. And he was in Norwich for some kind of event. And yeah, I met Karun Chandok when he was racing for Caterham in 2011. Very exciting. 2 hours went by like a snap. Yeah, it would have been better if we were racing though, wouldn't it? They're ruining the race. Just start already. They can't. It's still raining. It's literally still raining. Still raining. It's crazy. Who do you think has been the best driver this season? Lando Norris by an absolute mile. Absolute mile. The pace that he's got out of that car has been insane, Louis. Why is it always raining in Spa? Just the way it is. You're in the hills in Belgium. Just, it's a perfect place for it to team it down with rain. Spare a thought for the people who flew in for their first F1 race today. With return flight booked tomorrow. Yeah, you wouldn't want it. I went to the Hungarian Grand Prix. I'd have been absolutely gutted if it had rained off and moved to the next day. Because I'd have had that. We flew back. I think we flew back on the night of the Grand Prix, actually. I think I watched the Hungarian Grand Prix and then we went straight to the airport and then flew back like a few hours later. So I'd be absolutely gutted. Lando Norris is having a nap at this point. Looks like. He's had a long Saturday, to be fair. Little bit of a nap for Lando. Bless him. He needs that time to repair. Get himself all set. Here we go. Gotta feel sorry for Daniel Ricciardo. What a way to celebrate 200th Grand Prix. Yeah, George Russell and Lando Norris celebrating their 50th as well. And just not a lot going on. Not a lot going on. It's not safe to start. I think it's just the FIA have determined it's not safe to start because the rain is just teeming it down. Still. Anything? Race delays due to weather conditions still. My goodness. Baby Lando taking a cat nap. Yeah. He's had a long Saturday, bless him, as Lando. Daniel Ricciardo there. Going out to see the fans. Giving them a bit of love. Giving a little thumbs up. Do you think Rosberg is a good pundit? I think he's an excellent pundit. He gives so much insight. He's literally a Formula 1 champion. Yeah, I think Rosberg is a great pundit. I really like Nico Rosberg's Formula 1 content on YouTube, to be fair. I like his little sim track guides and stuff. I do really like those. I think they're very good. Do you remember Fernando got into Turn 1 carnage twice here in Spa? I mean, we've seen quite a lot of carnage at Spa, let's be fair. It's one of those races that does have a little bit of a safety car guarantee at this point. How does Lambot sleep like that? Hurts my neck. He's young. He's a young boy. And to be fair, he's probably been in hospital overnight, or at least over the last few hours or so of yesterday evening, and probably a little bit tired. I will donate you yet for what? Good. Thank you. Super bum for those drivers. Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. Oh, the notification for F1 checkered flag just came up. Oh, maybe they hadn't changed that. Maybe they just left that on auto queue for that one, because definitely not a checkered flag, I'm afraid, Sadie. There's no way to race tomorrow and the rain will keep like this. Will they just cancel the race? Yeah. So we still need 2 more laps before they can give out half points. Otherwise, it would just be a non-starter. No points, no race. How am I doing? I'm good, mate. I'm good. But we're still waiting. Who are the retired F1 drivers you have missed? I do quite miss. I miss Jenson Button, my favorite driver of all time. I miss of like recent years. I'm gonna go because obviously like it would have been great to have like the likes of Prost and Schumacher driving Formula One forever because they were just amazing, and Senna, like those kind of recent Formula One drivers that have retired who I miss. Jenson Button, Felipe Massa. I kind of miss. I liked Felipe Massa. I thought he was very, very good. And a little bit underrated, I guess, as a driver. Did like Felipe Massa. Who else has retired recently that I quite liked? I feel like a lot of the drivers are sticking around for quite a long time, to be honest with you. We're going around with a safety car now. Having another little look round. Is it dry enough? Can we displace enough water to get started? Still raining. It is still raining, but it's raining a lot less than it was. So we've still got 57 minutes before the race is no longer allowed to take place. So we could end up with a bit of a half an hour sprint race kind of thing. Oh, radio. Oh, hello. The time limit has stopped. So the FIA have stopped the time limit. So they've stopped. If they've stopped the time limit, we could go forever. So the race basically has to finish before 6 o'clock local time, but they've stopped the clock. So they've basically just said that regulation doesn't count anymore. So we're now just waiting for anything to happen. So the 3-hour rule, yeah, has been overturned. So they've just given up on that rule. Given up on the 3-hour rule, and anything could happen now. Wow. That's a bit insane. So if the race gets underway before the next hour, so before 5 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock Belgian time, if the race gets underway, then technically the race could go on for the 39 laps, maybe. Wow, so they've just gotten rid of that rule for today. It's like, oh yeah, that rule, by the way. Nah, why not? How delayed is the stream? Hopefully not too bad. Probably a minute or so, I would say. A minute or so. Hopefully. just want to say I've only got into Formula One within the past couple of months, and you've given a great insight. Thank you so much, mate. I appreciate it. That's what I'm here for. Made me enjoy it so much more. So thanks. Thank you, Louis. You should also watch Drive to Survive if you haven't. That is exceptional content. We've also got the Schumacher documentary coming out in the middle of September, which we will be doing a live stream for as well. So if you want to learn more about like the history of Formula One, there's the Schumacher documentary. There's also Rush, the film, which I'd recommend, which is about James Hunt and Niki Lauda, if you want to watch Rush. Daniel Ricciardo doing a little bit of a... he's just trying to stay pumped, trying to keep himself ready just in case. Yeah, if there's no points, it's definitely bad news for Max. He's losing out on another 25. Could be bad. What's your opinion on mixed progress and where do you think he's going to land in the future? I think he's definitely made progress throughout the season. He's definitely getting closer to the pace that I would like. But I don't think he's going to really gain any kind of great experience in the Haas. I think he does need to move up fairly soon to another team. I don't think that's going to be Ferrari, though, because, you know, Ferrari, Leclerc and Sainz, they've got an incredible pairing there. I can't see Carlos Sainz or Charles Leclerc missing out on or dropping out of the sport or dropping in terms of their quality anytime soon. So it's going to be tough for Mick to get into a Ferrari in the next 3 or 4 years. He's just going to have to bide his time and maybe work his way up the grid. If he can move from Haas to Alfa Romeo next year, or maybe if he can move up to another team, maybe get some experience with a different type of engine and then move into the Ferrari team. That would be probably pretty good. But the 3-hour rule has been overturned. Do you think Grosjean peaked early? I don't think Grosjean was ever going to be a Formula One great, to be honest with you. He was never the fastest of the fastest, but that is the way it is. Does it mean you could have a 4 race? Yeah, we could have a full, 39 laps are technically left. So we could have a full 39 laps because they've just decided that 3-hour rule just doesn't count anymore. Remember that 3-hour rule we put in for Formula One? Yeah, let's just get rid of that. Just pretend that 3-hour rule doesn't exist anymore. And watch the rain come down some more. They realised they messed up. That's why they've overruled. Yeah, should be. But the safety car's going around still. Safety car's still going around. Drunken Master, shout out from the Philippines. I'd love to go to the Philippines. So definitely a shout out for you. Drunken Master is also a funny name. Goodness gracious me. The rain is still coming down, guys. Don't know what to tell you. Yeah, they brought in the 3-hour rule because of Canada, yeah. The Canada race that took like 5 hours to get going or something ridiculous. Drivers who I remember. Timo Glock, Degrassi, Yamamoto, Trulli, Charles. Wow. Yeah, fair. Good. Petrov. Yeah, Petrov was good. Do you think Verstappen will win this season or Hamilton will edge him out? I think Verstappen should be in the lead of the championship, to be honest with you. Verstappen has missed out on so many points because of things just well out of his control. Missed out on 25 in Baku, missed out on 18 in Silverstone, missed out on probably another 18, 15 in Hungary. All for things that he could not control, couldn't have done. So Max Verstappen should be in the lead by a considerable margin at this point. I think Hamilton's lucky to still even be in contention, to be honest, in terms of the point standings. And the fact that Lewis Hamilton's in the lead is a bit of a madness. But that is just the way. Remember me, Carl? Of course, Carl, I remember you. You are back. We're still waiting. We're still waiting, mate. Oh, we're still waiting. I literally turned it off. Yeah. I don't know though. We've got well now the time limit has been taken off, so we could be here for forever. Oh. Daniel Daniel Ricciardo's a little bored. Lewis Hamilton there at the back of the Mercedes garage, just listening to some music by the looks of things. Kobayashi was great. Kamui Kobayashi. I really liked Tomo's video about Toyota and the fact that he gave a shout out to Kamui Kobayashi. Love to see him back. He's actually still quite young as well. Still quite young. Who was at fault for the Silverstone crash? Matthew, what are you trying to do? You're just trying to get me told off by half of the community. I personally think it was a racing incident. I don't think either driver was really at fault. Hamilton had understeer. Verstappen left enough space. Wasn't really either person's fault. They were both on the limit. Yeah, I'm going to sit on the fence for this one. My lawyer has told me to say no comment. I'm going to plead the fifth and going to not comment. No, honestly, I think it was a bit of a racing incident. Thanks for the kind shout out. By the way, I'm kind of outdated now since I watched Formula One since Vettel's first championship. What's the 3-hour rule? Oh, you haven't? Wait, what? But you haven't watched F1 since Vettel's first championship. Mate, you have missed out on so much. But I'm glad to have you back. The 3-hour rule is that basically they start a timer at the start time of the race. So at 3 o'clock Belgian time, they start a 3-hour timer. And the race has to fit within that 3 hours. Whether that be like a short race or the full race, it has to fit within that 3 hours, was the 3-hour rule. But now they've just thrown that out the window for today. So the 3-hour rule doesn't really exist, apparently. Hamilton should have 2 or 3 other champions if it wasn't things. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that is the way that Formula One goes sometimes. There is going to be seasons and drivers that should have picked up more points and wins and so on and so forth that, you know, never did. But that is the way that sport works, and it's why we love Formula One, right? Anything can happen, and there are always surprises and things that don't go your way, and that is why it's entertaining. You've also returned. What have I missed? You've missed lots of rain and a little bit of a chat about various random topics to do with Formula One, to be honest. I played for like 40 minutes and we're still waiting. Yep, we're still waiting. It's still red flagged, so we've got no insight as to when it's going to start or not. Just catching up now with the latest updates. It's the way to be. Just catch up. There's a lot of drivers that have changed since then as well, so it's probably a good time to get back into Formula One with all the changes coming next season. Probably the best time to get back in because it's going to be mixed up and messed around for next year. Will Perez be a lap down since he didn't do a safety car lap? Ooh, I'd imagine not. I'd imagine that would be a bit harsh if he had to unlap himself. Do I think McLaren double podium is possible this race? I would have said yes if Lando Norris was on the front row and Daniel Ricciardo was fifth, like I would have expected. I think it would be a lot for Lando Norris to get up to a podium position from 14th, especially if it's going to be a shorter race. It's going to be very, very tricky indeed for Lando Norris if he's going to get towards a podium. When will the race start, Daniel? If only we knew. Then we would be in a much happier place. Max has a clear view. Yeah, because he's at the front. That's why I am. It's very clear. It's very easy to see when you're at the front. Should we vote Seb for driver of the day for asking for the red flag and checking how Lando was? Most definitely so. Seb is indeed our driver of the day by a long way. Just for what he did yesterday more than anything else. Wow. Still raining. So what they're saying is, even if the race starts, so the race has been, the clock has been stopped, and we could have an hour of racing, but I don't think we'll get any more than an hour. Whenever the race does start, I think it'll be an hour or so, basically. Anything can happen, including a Williams front row. I don't know if both Williams are gonna be able to get themselves up towards that front row. George has done it once today. Do you think it will be postponed? I don't think so. I think they'll just cancel it at this point. If it doesn't go ahead, I think they might just cancel it. Sato is another Japanese driver who got an F1 podium as well, right? Yeah, I think you're right. Can't believe Kubica had a Ferrari contract, and then they got Kimi back after what happened. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't really do anything else, could they? I think he would have been incredible in that Ferrari, Kubica. I really rated Kubica. It was a real shame that he, what was it, a rally event, wasn't it? That he had a crash, and then that was it. How long has the race been delayed for? At this point, I think it's 2 hours 15 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours 15 minutes. What do I think Merck will do with Bottas? I think they'll try and get him a seat somewhere else on the grid, whether that be Alfa Romeo, Williams. They'll try and get Valtteri Bottas a seat somewhere else, basically, down the line. Can I tell you what's happened? Not a lot, mate. We had a 25-minute delay at the start, and then we did 2 laps behind the safety car, and then we had a red flag. The most exciting thing that's happened today is Sergio Perez didn't make the grid. And that's about as exciting as it's got. Has the race begun? No. Will the race ever begin? Maybe. I think Van Dorn will win this race, extending his championship lead, closely followed by Grosjean, his rival this year. Smag, I think you're watching the wrong thing. You're watching the wrong thing. Even the points, has the point system changed? Yeah, I suppose it would have, but between 2010 and now. A shoey. Yeah, I did say that I would do a shoey if Ricciardo got a podium. So I mean, Australia, I've been watching from the beginning at 9 p.m. It's now 1 a.m. My goodness me. Wow, you've been waiting and waiting. I mean, we've all waited. We've all waited, what, 2 weeks? 3 weeks for this. Oh, Mercedes on the radio. Mercedes just asking if there's any light at the end of this tunnel. But the FIA are not getting anything out of this at this moment in time, unfortunately. Wow. So looks like the Mercedes garage, or it looks like the Mercedes guys are now waiting. Wow. Stoffel Van Dorn looks quite promising F1 future. I mean, he had that opportunity, didn't he, in the McLaren car, but that McLaren car was an absolute dog. So, it felt a bit bad for him, to be honest. If Alonso said yes to the Brawn GP, he would be a champ, maybe 100% Constructors' Championship. Yeah, he would have been. Jensen Button managed to do it, right? With Barrichello. So imagine if Alonso would have been there. I'd imagine Alonso would have beaten out either Jensen Button or Barrichello, whichever one wouldn't have made it in that Brawn car. Do you think Mick is as good as his father? Oh God, wouldn't do it. No idea. Have to wait and see on that one. Mick's literally right at the beginning of his career, and Michael Schumacher is the most, or nearing the most decorated Formula One driver ever. I think that's quite a lot of pressure to be putting on Mick at this point in his career, but we will have to wait and see. And away we go to the pits. Yeah, still lights. Lights are most definitely on at this point in the garage and on the pit lane. We're still waiting. Fernando could have won 5 championships if he's lucky enough in 2007, 2010, and 2012. Yeah, to be fair. But that's what I was saying before. Sometimes it really just does not go your way. I knew from the start this was going to happen, but didn't want to crush anyone's hopes. Thanks, Safe Moon. Thanks for giving us a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, Safe Moon. I appreciate it. It's a good thing that Alf has Jesus in the car. He'll be able to walk across all of this water. Well, if it cancels, Russell will miss a chance to get good points for Williams as well. Yeah, it'd be disappointing. I hope we can at least, I don't know, have 2 laps behind a safety car just to have half points. Like, that would be nice. Just to have half points. You know, at least then we've got something to talk about. There'll at least be some change. Otherwise, it does feel like a bit of a non-weekend, doesn't it? If there's literally nothing that happens in terms of the Drivers' or Constructors' Championship. Yeah, when we want rain, it came, but way too much of it, unfortunately. Way too much of it. Way too much rain at this point in time. Do people watch IndyCar? IndyCar's like I just really don't ever watch IndyCar, to be honest. And I feel like I should. It's like the one I watch the least of out of everything. I kind of got into Formula E ish, but not really. Do I think that Mick should get a chance at a better team next season? Yeah, I think so. I think most drivers will want out of Haas. Like, as much as you want to be a Formula One driver, if you can get out of Haas and somewhere else, I think Mick will take the opportunity. F1 got soft, James Hunt would freak out. Yeah, just drive. James Hunt was a bit of a maverick though, wasn't he? I don't think we can take James Hunt as the median here. He was a little bit of a mental case, to be honest. So let's not take James Hunt as the baseline of what we should expect from our Formula One drivers. Here we go then. Kimi would have had 3 titles if it wouldn't have been for a liability. Yeah, probably. I've gone to my kitchen to cook. Yeah, get some snacks in. Because the 3-hour rule is no longer in place, so we could be here forever. We could be here for however long. How we doing? Good, mate. We're good. We're just waiting. Waiting for any kind of news from the guys at Formula One. I like that we're speculating on how many titles various drivers should have. Because if you give like Fernando the extra titles, then you're taking away titles from somebody else along the way. It is just the way it is. IndyCar has too many ovals. Yeah, maybe. I don't really follow IndyCar at all. It's the one I don't really watch at all in any way. Possible Albon recreation laps. Stroll goes over the curb. Alonso helmet kill. James was the man. Yeah, I did like James Hunt. If you haven't seen Rush, it's well worth a watch. I think it kind of exaggerates like the two characters, but even still, James Hunt. Just the playboy aspect of his Formula One driving was pretty entertaining, all in all. Yi Kim Lei, kind of new to Formula One. Welcome, mate. Hope you enjoy. There's not a lot going on at the moment. Hopefully there will be soon, and we can have a chat about something a bit more going on. But thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. If you're new to Formula One, it's the place to be. Oh, here we go. There's not a lot of standing water. They're still saying that visibility is still the real issue, unfortunately. So there's not a lot of standing water on the track. So the track is not like too slippery. But the medical car saying that the spray would just be impossible, basically, to see. Wow. So the safety car still going around, saying that there's not too much standing water. The track isn't too slippery. But unfortunately, it is not safe in terms of visibility for those guys out there yet. So we're still waiting to hear a little bit more on that. Whereabouts in the world am I? I'm in the UK. The United of the Kingdoms. Norwich, to be precise. Specific. Precise is what I said. I meant to say precise. Opted for specific. Bit of a mix. Who's my favourite driver? Pierre Gasly, Lando Norris, Carlos Sainz. They're the top three by a long way, I'd say. George Russell's in there. Dude, stop spamming. He has delay. Sorry. Yeah, I do have a tiny little bit of a delay on the chat. What else are we saying? One shot quali for a race. Fastest driver wins the race, and so on. I mean, any sort of driving at this rate would be sensational. Felipe Massa was a champion for a good number of seconds, yeah, until Hamilton gained that position. That classic, like, is that Glock going slowly? Dun, 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 dun. Hamilton winning his first championship. Poor Felipe. Thought he'd done it. Hadn't quite. You recommended Drive to Survive earlier, but isn't it really dramatised? So might give you a false idea of certain aspects of the sport. Yeah, it's dramatized, but it's just like it's a good insight, I'd guess. It's a bit like the what's the series that Amazon does behind the scenes at like Tottenham and Man City. It's a bit like that. Like it's a bit dramatized. It doesn't really give you a full look at what's happening, and you know they make it more entertaining than probably the real life was. But I'd still recommend it just to get a bit of an insight into each one of the drivers. Gives you a bit of background on them. You get to see their personalities a bit more. But yeah, maybe take the maybe take some of it with a pinch of salt, basically. F1 drivers racing in IndyCar. Maybe I should get into IndyCar. You guys are on about it. Do you think they will race today? I'm hopeful. We've got half an hour until the technical 3-hour limit. Although they've said that the 3-hour limit has just been stopped anyway, so we will get a little bit of an update hopefully soon. All or nothing. Yes, it is all or nothing round. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, a weather update will be provided in 15 minutes time. There you go. So we will be given a little bit more of an insight in 15 minutes. Lived in Gloucestershire for 3 years. Nice. I don't think I've ever been. But, oh no, sorry. Yeah, Gloucestershire. Lewis Hamilton could have won 9 World Championships. Still the speculation. Like Alonso's driving skill. Yeah, he's absolutely smashed it in Budapest, to be fair. Personally, my favourite F1 driver of all time is Mohamed Salah. So, yeah. Yeah. Lived in Leeds for 5 years. Never been to Leeds. Went to Liverpool recently and like Manchester. They're not quite to Leeds. I think I drove through Leeds. If Crashgate didn't happen, Massa would have won a title. Let's not talk about Crashgate. A little bit too much. Just got back from Japan. Wow. Mate, you've lived all here, there, and everywhere. Feel like I need to get out there and see a bit more of the world. But the event countdown clock has stopped to try and complete a 1 hour race today, is the update that we've been given. So in about 10 minutes time, we're going to be given a further update about what is going to go on today. 188 likes. I hadn't checked on the likes in a little while. It's absolutely rattled up. We're 12 away from 200. That's manic. If you haven't liked, you've got to like, because 200 would just be disgusting. And that's what we need. So hit like. We'll try and get to 200 as we wait for more information. Where was I? Our football documentary is called Who Dares Wins, I believe. I thought it was called All or Nothing. Who Dares Wins? When will the race start? We're going to get an update in 13 minutes' time as to when the race may be able to start. It will only be an hour race, to be fair. But we will get an update, hopefully, fairly soon. Lived in Exeter before. Love England. It feels like home to me. I mean, it is my home. So it definitely feels like home to me. The best places I've visited, I went to Amsterdam. That was a beautiful place. I've been to New York. I felt very at home at New York. I really liked New York. I felt very at home there. Where else have I been that I really liked? Italy. I went to Rome. Felt very homely in Rome as well. I could see myself living in Rome. Do I think Stroll will have a good comeback? What do you mean? Comeback? Oh, as in the fact that he's got starting at the back of the grid. Yeah, I suppose. It's a bit mixed weather conditions, and he was very slow yesterday with Stroll. So hopefully he'll have a good race. But whether he'll get into the points from there, I'd be surprised, to be honest, from Stroll. Born in Jeddah. They gave me a British birth certificate. That's pretty cool. 1-0 Spurs. Actually, I should probably have a little look at the... Should probably have a little look at the Premier League scores. Is Wolves Man United kicked off yet? Does anyone know? It has. 5 minutes in. Wow, Burnley drew with Leeds. Ah, Burnley were in the lead as well. Patrick Bamford. Ouch. Wolves and Man United. You should come to Canada. I'd love to go to Canada. I would love to go to Canada. The Canadian Grand Prix is by far and away one of my favourites. I would absolutely love to go to Canada. So that is a definite yes. That is a definite yes. This is why I don't pay for F1. Waste it watching highlights on YouTube. Yeah, I could kind of understand that. I mean, this is a very niche case. It's not often that we have a race delayed by, 2 hours and 35 minutes. It's very rare that this happens. But yeah, I can kind of understand, like, if you'd have paid for this race in particular, why you'd be a little bit annoyed. Former F1 drivers racing in IndyCar, Roman Grosjean, Max Ericsson. Oh, there's quite a few then. Stoffel Van Dorn. England and Japan. Yeah, Japan's on the list as well. I've got like a big list of countries I want to visit. I've been to quite a few though. I've been to a lot of European countries, but I haven't. I've only been to. I think I've only been to America outside Europe. So we've hit 200 likes. Thank you guys so much. 200. That's madness, by the way. How long have we been live? A long while. Some time. But 200 likes is still absolutely amazing. Thank you so, so much for that. Hopefully we'll get some racing. We'll get an update in 9 minutes time. And hopefully we'll get some racing sometime soon. They should start now. Let us see truly great drivers in wet conditions. I think we could see something. The pace that Lando has, I can see him scoring points. Definitely. He'll easily get up into the points. It's whether or not he can, get up towards maybe a podium or not. With the pace that he had yesterday, definitely will get up into the points. Family from Zimbabwe. Wow, that's cool. Never been to Africa. Always wanted to visit New York. I've been to France a few times. Loved it there. But from England and London, forever be my home. Yeah. I don't know if I'd ever want to move away from the UK, but I definitely want to visit lots and lots of places. Sebastian Buemi. New York, much better than Dallas. Dallas sucked. Never been to Dallas. Couldn't tell you. But if I wanted to go to a Formula One race, I guess it would be Texas. Oh no, Miami now soon. Yeah. Could go to Miami. From Saudi Arabia. Wow. That's the final Grand Prix of the season. That's going to be good. Could be a very good one. Try and get yourself some tickets to that. I could see that being a barnstormer of a Grand Prix if Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton are still close enough in contention with one another. Wolf has said that himself and seven-time world championship Lewis Hamilton have the same opinion on who should be picked between Russell and Bottas. Ooh. I think it has to be Russell at this point, doesn't it? Has to be Russell. Even if Russell has to play second fiddle for a season or two behind Hamilton, still better for Russell to get some experience at the front of the grid rather than, the occasional experience that he gets battling at a Williams. Got to live there. 2 weeks ain't enough. I'll try. Maybe one day. Do you think any F2 drivers will get promoted to F1 next year? If so, who do you predict? I think it's going to be tough. There aren't a lot of spaces in Formula One at this moment in time. A lot of drivers came through, 3 years ago, right? Because we had Lando, Russell, and Albon all come through. And we've had Yuki Tsunoda this year, Mick, and Mazepin. So a lot of, the grid is quite young. Maybe Callum Ilott. Ilott isn't in F2 this season, is he? Thought he was the test driver for Alfa Romeo. Don't think he's actually in F2. From what I remember. Isn't Alonso 12? No, Alonso is 14. Which really annoys me because I always want to pick number 14 on the Formula 1 game, but you're not allowed. So I always have to go for 15. Apparently from this point forward, the Rainmeister will not be nearly as important as it's been in past years. I mean, maybe with the new technical regulations, you don't know how rain's going to affect the new cars, do we? Who do I think will win this season? I think Max Verstappen will win this season. I think the Red Bull package is much better, and I think he's unlucky to not be in for the win so far and in the lead of the championship. I'm from north of the wall. Prefer the busyness of London though. I do like London. I live close enough to London that I can visit there easily, but far enough away that I don't have to deal with the hustle and bustle every single day. The UK to me is like a giant comfy chair. You could come to Miami and could go to Miami Grand Prix together. Live about 15 miles away from the circuit. I'd love to go to the Miami Grand Prix. When's that? The Miami Grand Prix is not until 2022, though, is it? So we'll have to wait. But I'd love to go to the Miami Grand Prix. Maybe. Good thing I have the F1 game to play. Yeah, it's been a long wait. Long wait. I was born in the Caribbean, but I moved to England. That's cool. Whereabouts in the Caribbean, though? Whereabouts? Which Caribbean island are you from? Do I think Nick DeVries will go to Williams? It's Latifi or Nick, right? That they've got to choose between. Latifi, because I would guess that Bottas is probably going to would prefer to go back to Williams. If I was Bottas, I'd prefer to go back to Williams rather than going to Alfa Romeo. So I assume that Bottas is going to take one seat. And then it's whether Williams want to stick with Latifi when they don't need his money anymore, basically. Do they stick with Latifi even though De Vries has been quicker in F2 and obviously won FE as well? Do you think we'll have an American driver in F1 in the future? I hope so. The problem is American drivers get caught up by... What on earth are they doing? Oh, they're playing Badonk. My goodness. We're just watching other sports take part at this point. There's no American drivers at this moment in time in Formula One, but I don't know. I think a lot of them end up in like Indy and in NASCAR, don't they? So it's tricky for American drivers to come through to Formula One because there's other options that they've got. Whereas Formula One is kind of the race of choice in Europe in particular. Dutchie here, living in Harlem. Can hear races when my window is open. That's cool. That is cool. Funniest F1 moments. Pastor Maldonado win the Spanish Grand Prix. Yeah, it was a surprise. I'll give you that. I'm surprised to see Maldonado win a Grand Prix. Any news? 2 minutes until we know. 2 minutes until the news. Do I miss the Sepang Grand Prix? Yes and no. Like, I'd love the more Grand Prix the better, but I don't think it was ever one of the best tracks on the calendar, and I never really had any like connection with it. When is the race meant to start? We'll find out in a couple of minutes, hopefully. Is it weird that I support Williams because your name is Williams? I mean, no, not really. 204 likes. Is that the case? 204. Smashing it out of the park. Thank you so much. And £6 and 42 pence in super chats as well. Thank you all so much. You're absolute MVPs. And you've made this 3 hour wait worthwhile. It's been a long wait, but we've had a little chat, and hopefully you've enjoyed. Do you think Mick will move? I hope Mick moves. I think Haas will want to try and keep hold of him though, but like to relocate somewhere like St. Vincent or the Cayman Islands. That'd be cool. Living the hashtag luxury life, yeah. We've got Scott Speed, an American race driver F1. Yeah. I meant like whether we'll have an American race driver in the next few seasons or so, as opposed to the ones from the past. I dropped my phone. Rest in peace. Hello, Michael. You're right. I live within 10 miles of 2 racetracks. Never a dull moment. Noisy, I'd imagine. Pretty noisy. Bring back monsoon tires. That's what we need for today. We need something. We need tires which are 100% tread, effectively. They've got those spiked tires for... Oh my god, no. We got to the update time, and now they've delayed the update for another 10 minutes. Ah. So the weather update has been pushed back another 10 minutes. Goodness me. Wow. Wow. So we could be waiting another 10 minutes until we get another race update. The rain is slowing, but not that much, to be honest with you. You guys think it's time for us to resume our lives or stop waiting for this race? No, we're not giving up. We're still hopeful for an hour's race. We'll get an hour's race if it starts soon. So we could get an hour still. And I need Formula 1 in my life. We've waited for, what, 4 weeks? I need some Formula 1. And I'm really hopeful that it's going to start. I might go and get a snack. Because I might go and get a snack, I'll be honest. Yes, Nathaniel, you're from Jamaica, but where? Oh, Jamaica. You said Caribbean before, and you've now specified Jamaica. Thank you. I've lost it. I feel like I'm losing it, guys. Jamaica is cool, though. I've never been. Never been. But I do... Jamaica, I do watch a lot of Jamaican football, actually. Just because Wilfred Zaha and possibly Antonio, right? Playing for Jamaica soon. Not Wilfred Zaha. Who am I thinking of? Bailey. Bailey, who plays for Leverkusen and now for Everton. No, now for Aston Villa. I watched a lot of him, and that's why I watched a lot of Jamaican football. The update was that there would be an update. Yeah, basically the update was that there would be another update in 10 minutes. That's how we're living our lives at this point. Just update by update, 10 minutes at a time. Do I think the race will go on? I'm hopeful. The rain is slowing. It just needs to slow enough. Love your videos. Thank you so much, mate. McLaren F1. What a great name. You probably love my videos because I'm also a McLaren supporter. So probably also have the biases that you have. I think Kobayashi's podium at his home Grand Prix was just two memorable moments to forget. It was a very good podium. A home Grand Prix podium is always nice, isn't it? Always lovely. Or a Ferrari podium at Monza is always sensational as well. Feels like a home win. Prospect of the Qatar race. Yeah, is Qatar's in the sun sets in like an hour though. Oh really? Need to get going. Need to get going. We've got 10 minutes until the 3-hour race delay timer should technically be up. Yeah, Zaha is Ivory Coast. I was getting messed up in my brain. Getting messed up. Oh, Yuki Tsunoda. We're having a little interview with. Quite literally a little interview. I can't hear him because we've got like 3 people talking over one another, so it's unfortunate. Oh, there we go. Oh. Yuki Tsunoda's talking about how he's been eating soup for the last 3 hours. I love Yuki. He is very funny. Should have been eating soup for 3 hours, bless him. He's not ready to race. Doesn't want to race, he's just been eating soup. Where am I watching the stream? I'm watching it on like Now TV. A little bit of a stream through them. To be fair, Yuki is probably used to this. Japan has like typhoons and tsunamis quite often, so. Here we go then. 4 minutes until another update. Poor little Yuki. He's all wet. Get him some more soup. Here we go. The marshals are sweeping the track. Not sure he's ever going to really make that much of a difference, bless him. But he's got there. He's got his brush. He's sweeping. Do I miss Mark Webber? Yeah, I did like Mark Webber, to be fair. He was alright. I felt a bit bad for him. He played the sort of Bottas role, didn't he, at Red Bull? He was never the first choice. Always the bridesmaid, that kind of thing. But I did like Mark Webber. Do you think they'll go for a race of 1 hour? I hope so. Might start. Well, we've got 2 minutes now until we see whether or not they'll actually let us drive again. The sweepers are going along now, trying to just get some of the rain off the racing line by those things. Guys with the squeegees as well. What do I think about Leclerc? I really like Leclerc. He's not like one of my favourite drivers. But I think he's very, very talented and is by far and away one of the best drivers on the grid. I think he'll be in and if Ferrari can deliver a car, he'll be in and amongst the guys fighting for championships over the next few years or so. It's going to be like Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell, isn't it? Those guys are going to be the ones battling for world championships, constructors championships, all that kind of thing over the next few years. But yeah, I could see Leclerc being a champ if Ferrari can deliver a championship-worthy car. Tetrick, hello mate. What's up? Not a lot. We're waiting. 1 minute now. Waiting another minute for probably another update. That there'll be an update in 10 minutes. But we are just waiting. Will the FIA let us go? Will the FIA decide to let us drive? Who do I think is the best driver from each decade? My goodness. I don't. That's a hell of a question. Not one that I thought I'd be answering. I'd have to sit down and have a look at it, mate. Sorry. That's a hell of a question. Maybe a video. That's a video in and of itself, I think. Best driver from each decade. I'd have to look at the stats. Yuki Soup Noda. Nice, like it. He's effectively 30% soup now. Because he's just been eating soup for the last 3 hours. I like Leclerc more because I know he plays the piano. And finally checked my... We're all just humans. Yeah, it's true. He does play... Does he play the piano? Like, fair. I play the piano a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean a little bit. I think Ferrari in 2022 will be champion because Ferrari has more time in the wind tunnel. Yeah, that is true. They do have more time in the wind tunnel because they came 6th in the constructors last year. So they picked up quite a bit more time in the wind tunnel. But I'm not sure, though. 2022, anything could happen. There's so much regulation change that we could just have a shock winner. we could end up with another Brawn situation where like one of the teams just pops out of nowhere and becomes the best team on track for like the first half of the season. If they can pick up just enough points, they can win the championship effectively. That's what Brawn did. They weren't really the best car after sort of the first 10 races, you could argue. Red Bull was by far and away the better car, but they picked up enough points in the first half of the season. They were able to just cling on to it for the rest. Medical car is out again. Going around. Here we go. As we cut back to Mick Schumacher in a Haas. If an openly gay driver isn't allowed to... Oh, God, this is going to be heavy for 3 hours and a half into the stream. An openly gay driver isn't allowed to enter a country for a race due to the driver's sexuality. What will F1 do to give him the same right as every other race driver? Let him race. Shouldn't matter in any way whatsoever. I think that Formula 1 just wouldn't race there. If they wouldn't allow the race, if they wouldn't allow the driver into the country to race, shouldn't race there. Say it simple as that. Ricciardo or Ricciardo? I think it's I say Ricciardo, but it might be Ricciardo. I don't know. He's Australian. If you're a McLaren fan, was the only year that McLaren team got what? What is the only year that McLaren team got first place? What, in the constructors or in the drivers? I'm confused. Ferrari gambling engine though next year. Are they? I mean, Ferrari have their own power units, so they don't have to worry about anyone else like taking any risks. Oh, here we go. Did we actually get an update? I haven't seen it. How many races has it been for this season before the Belgian Grand Prix? 11. It's been 11 races so far. And there should be another... Well, there should be another 12, if not another 11 in the second half of the season. So, yeah, 11 races so far. Do you think Russell is better than Hamilton? Right now, no. Do you think Hamilton is one of the greatest we've ever seen? As much as he's a bit controversial. It's approaching 6 o'clock in Spa, though. And we're going to start to lose light at some point soon. Wow. Bert Mylander's just been sitting in that safety car for the longest of times. Will it get cancelled? I think maybe. I'm losing a little bit of hope now. I'm losing a little bit of hope. Shall I have a little look at the weather radar? Actually, I'm going to have a look at the Wolves Man United score. No, it's still 0-0. Shall I have a little look? It looks like we might win it. It looks like it's still raining, unfortunately. It looks like it's still going to be raining for a little while. It's annoying. Oh, the constructor. McLaren have won more than one constructors, haven't they? I thought McLaren have won 8 constructors championships. I think McLaren have won the constructors championships more than once. I think they've won 8 times. It's either 8 or 9. I'm gonna go 8. I'm gonna go 8. I think it's 8 or 9. Leclerc versus Verstappen versus Norris versus Russell. Who would come out on top? Well, that's what we're going to find out in the next 10 seasons or so. That is the question, Spicy King. If I knew that, then I'd be some sort of clairvoyant. I think that's going to be the 4 that, you know, the Drivers' Championship is going to be between over the next 10 years, depending on if the cars that they've got are good enough. We have hit that 3-hour limit. We have hit the 3-hour limit. What else can we know? The next weather update will be provided in 4 minutes time. F1 is already on moderately dubious ground with climate change. Yeah, that is very true. Let alone like bringing in other issues that could arise from Formula One. It does go to a lot of countries that are very, very problematic as well. But that is just the sport for you. That is Formula One. That's the way it is. This is a sad, sad day for Formula One. Yeah. It's not great that they're struggling so much with this rain. They should just make a decision, right? Should just make a decision, but that is the case. Where are you watching? I'm watching Formula One from Norwich. Can I name the top 3 drivers in 2021? I can show you the whole grid if you want. There you go. can show you the whole 20 of them in order and the number of points they got. So yeah, I can. The clock has stopped. The clock has indeed stopped. George Russell saying, it wouldn't be very fun if he doesn't get to start a Grand Prix from the front row. The first time he's ever qualified on the front row. And he isn't going to be able to get it. Will Leclerc be at Ferrari in 5 years? Could easily be at Ferrari in 5 years, to be fair. Could easily be at Ferrari in 5 years. He's good enough. He's young enough. Yeah, there you go. McLaren has 8 constructors. Williams has 9 constructors. There we go. Yeah, I thought McLaren had won it way more than once. 8 was the number I had in my head. But Williams with 9. It's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. George Russell even getting frustrated now. Getting frustrated with everybody. The guys at Mercedes warming their feet. Getting nice and warm. Trying to dry themselves off a little bit. Leclerc is Max for Ferrari. Yeah, pretty much, to be fair. Oh, your TV service has... Wow. Timed out. That's stupid. Can you not, like, ring them up and get that sorted? That's stupid. The fact that they've delayed it and now your TV service just won't let it happen anymore. What a guy. Brings out the charts. Yeah, I've got a chart. Got a chart if you want it. Oh my god, George Russell. Not even going to get to start the Grand Prix where he's qualified second. Not what you want to see if you're a George Russell fan, unfortunately. Okay, name my top 3. In terms of their driving so far this year, my top 3 would be Lando Norris. I think he's been the best driver on the grid. I think that Max Verstappen would probably be up in my top 3. And Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz is up there. George Russell, also up there. Say those guys have been the best of the best so far. I did do a video where I ranked all 20 drivers, and their seasons so far. So I'll point you towards that. Make sure you watch the advert before it starts as well. Be a good boy. Watch the advert and watch the entire video. And then you'll know my top 3 along with my whole ranking of all 20. Your TV service went out last night. Can't be fixed till Wednesday. That's why you're here. Well, Metal Fan Bob, you've been a wonderful addition to the stream. Appreciate you dropping by, even if it is just because your TV service is broken. But you've had some good questions. I've loved it. Lando sucks. Well, one bat, 1790. I don't know what to tell you. You're wrong, probably. Start with that. I disagree. I think we can say the race is cancelled. No, don't give up hope. We can still try. The weather update is coming in the next couple of minutes, so... Bert Mylander's putting a helmet on. Bert Mylander's putting his helmet on. No way. He's getting ready. Bert Mylander is putting his helmet on. We could see some racing. Do I watch the NBA? No, I don't actually. Never really got into basketball. Maybe I should give it a go. But no, basketball's one of those sports I've never really watched actually. Bert Mylander has put his helmet on. I'm optimistic. It's crazy that all the fans have sat there for 3 hours in the teeming rain. Should have a little look. Wow, we're over. This is crazy. Sergio Perez coming out. Oh, he's just coming out to talk to the fans. It's a shame. See you when the race starts. I need to do something quick. I think that is more than fair, Sadie. I think that is more than fair. We are still waiting. Waiting and waiting and waiting. The race will resume in 10 minutes' time. We did it, guys. We did it. You did it. We did it. We've done it. We've waited long enough. And finally, we're going to have a race. Oh, my goodness. 10 minutes. Wet weather tyres have to go on. Do I watch football? Not American football, but normal football, yes. 17 past 6 local time. 17 past 5 my time. You'll have to work that out from GMT wherever you are. Here we go. Leave a like on the stream because we are going to have some racing of some kind. Whether it's just 2 laps to get to half points, we will see. But the race is going to go ahead in 8 minutes. Come on. We're going to get something at least. The whole pit lane has just gone into bedlam because everyone has just realised that they have to get ready. My goodness me. Here we go. That's the grid. Although Sergio Perez is going to be starting from the pit lane now. Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. 209 likes. You guys are absolutely amazing. We've only been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes. My goodness me. When is 1817? Couple hundred years ago? No, it's in 8 minutes time for me. 7 minutes time. 7 minutes time. Here we go. Lewis Hamilton on his scooter. It's going down the grid. It won't be a full race. It'll be an hour at the maximum. So they can only have an hour or until the light drops and they just can't anymore. My goodness me. Well, we've been waiting. We've been waiting and we've been waiting. We've waited 4 weeks for another stream. Now we've had the longest stream I think we'll probably ever have. For nearly 4 hours we've been live by the time the race comes to fruition. But we're finally going to see some racing. Oh my goodness. What's going to happen now? We are going to have some racing in 7 minutes' time. We are finally going to get some racing. Finally going to get some racing. Yes. Yes. Oh. How are we doing on subscribers? 3,264 subscribers. That's gone up mental today. I swear we were on like well, before the stream started, we were on 3,210. So we've gained 50 subscribers today. Thank you all so much. If you haven't subscribed, you haven't liked, and you've been here 3.5 hours, I don't know what more you could do. If you've been here 3.5 hours and you haven't subscribed and liked, question yourself is what I'm trying to say. Thank you everybody for sticking with us. And finally, we're going to get going. 5 minutes. Why was Hamilton not have one of those electric scooters? Because he's petrol powered and nothing else. It's petrol powered. When did I start being a Formula One fan? 2008. The first season I watched in full was the 2009 Brawn season. So yeah. Can you tell me which live stream? I mean, I pay to watch it. If you're gonna try and find a free one, I recommend Reddit. And have a look on like motorsport streams on Reddit or whatever that subreddit is called. Everyone hit the like button. Thank you, Wombat. Appreciate that, mate. Right, we've got 5 minutes. Oh. Just sub now. Thank you, Chester. Appreciate that, mate. We're going for 5,000 subs before the end of the season. The original goal was 1,000 subs before the end of the season. But we've had to reassess. And I think we're going to go for 5,000 before the end of the season. So tell your friends. Tell your friends. Share the stream on Twitter. Share the channel with anyone. Anyone who's got a YouTube account. We're going to try and get to 5,000 by the end of the year. There's an Instagram as well. There's a Twitter I run. All linked in the description down below. There's a Discord where we have a good chat with the Discord lads, actually. Had a really good chat on Discord last night with the guys on there. If you've got Discord, get involved there. I do also stream on Twitch. Just going to plug all of my things whilst we're here. Yeah, all is available. All linked down in the description down below. And all worth a follow if you want to keep up to date with everything Formula One and everything that I'm doing. But we are going to have racing. We are going to come back. Do I race as well? I'd love to, but I don't know. I'd love to go karting. Thinking about maybe doing a karting video at some point, just as an excuse to go karting, to be honest. Fan since the first time you moved to England. Yeah, it's a very, very European heavy Formula One. Feels like a very big sport in Europe in comparison to America. Here we go. We're going to start seeing people coming back now because we are ready and raring to go. We've got 3 minutes until they've said that we will restart this race. Whether it will be or not, we just have to pray. We just have to pray. My goodness. Mallory, thank you so much. With the $2. I have no idea how much that is in pounds. Some, but thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mallory. You've been here so long. I'm so glad we're finally going to get some racing for you. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I'll definitely look into... I'm going to look into a Patreon. I'm going to look into it. Because I feel like I owe you guys more for your cash. Here we go. Oh my god, come on, please. Why is time going so slow now? 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Lando Norris getting into the cockpit of his car there. Ready and raring to go from 14th on the grid. Technically 13th now because Sergio Perez is going to have to start from the back. Oh, you can watch in the US. Yeah, you could use a VPN and just watch it on American TV. Yeah, NASCAR and IndyCar are bigger in America, aren't they? Formula One is kind of third or fourth choice in terms of motorsport when you come to America, so we are waiting. Actually, I'm just going to quickly check the Man United Wolves score while we're waiting. 3,270 subscribers are 30 away from 3,300. Just saying. Take that as you please. Here we go then. It's half time. Man United Wolves, and it's still 0-0. And Wolves have actually had more shots and more shots on target. Wow, it's not going well. What's my job? I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. Last cues. How would you rate your footballing skills? Do you play anymore? Yeah, I play five-a-side still. I was pretty decent, to be fair. I wouldn't say I was amazing, but I was pretty decent for like the level that I played. I was a left winger though, which I feel like is a pretty niche. Not many people play left wing, so I didn't have too much competition for places. I'm just speedy. I'm quite tall. I'm quite lanky, so I've got enough leg to just run, and that comes in handy in football. The lights are green, but Mylander in the safety car is away. Oh my goodness me. Let's go. We're leading the cars out. And we're going to have Sergio Perez back in the race as well. So Sergio Perez, who wasn't allowed to, or didn't make it to the grid, but we are now back underway, and Sergio Perez is going to be allowed to rejoin the race. He is going to be 20th, though. As we see Bert Mylander running the cars around. Still a lot of spray out there at the moment. A lot of spray. But here we go. The flares are out from the Netherlands fans. The Max Verstappen fans. Here we go. It doesn't feel real that we're actually racing. It does feel like we have waited the longest of times. We have waited forever. Here we go then. Sergio Perez and Kimi Räikkönen both join in the back of the pack. Wow. We've only got an hour left. So we have got a time limit on the race rather than a lap limit on the race. But we're finally underway. Remember, we only need 2 laps for a 50% points finish. So half points are going to be awarded if we just get 2 laps. We need 75% of the original race distance for full points to be awarded, though. So we need to keep going if we want full points. But only 2 laps needed for half points. Oh god, everyone's asking about teaching. Yeah, I really like teaching. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to work in Formula One more. hence why I'm doing this. But yeah, I do really like teaching. I do. And I teach science. Physics, mainly. I think everyone has a go at teaching at some point, right? So it's a good job. It's just a lot. There's a lot to it. But yeah, I do love teaching. Here we go then. Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Vettel are top 5. Gasly, Ocon, Leclerc up to 8th place now. Latifi well into the points in 9th. Sainz in 10th. Alonso 11th. Bottas in 12th. Giovinazzi 13th. Norris 14th. Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Mazepin in 17th. And then we've got the 3 drivers that have joined from the back. Stroll, Raikkonen and Perez are at the back too because of their pit lane starts. Perez finally catching up to the back of the pack. Here we go then. Orange Nation releasing their orange fog. Yeah, Max Verstappen has got a hell of a following, hasn't he? And it's continuing to be shown here. They do follow him all around Europe. And he is just getting... He's got the best supporters. It's very close between Max Verstappen fans and the Tifosi, isn't it? In terms of who gives the best support. I think the only thing you've got with the Tifosi is the longevity. The fact that following Ferrari is just a religion over there. Here we go. It's going to be a safety car start by any means. I don't think there's going to be a standing start in any way whatsoever. But we've completed one lap. So we need one more lap for half points. Just one more lap. And the safety car is going around again. So the safety car is going to finish 2 laps. And therefore we're going to get half points for definite. We're going to get half points for definite. Yeah, it was delayed because of the vision, basically. 34 laps for full points awarded. Thank you, Sadie, for doing the maths on that. I knew it was 75%, but I had not done the lap conversion. So 34 laps are required for full points to be awarded. Let's see if we can get there. Should have a fleet of rain trucks instead of a safety car. Hoovering and drying a few laps, then the race could go. That is an expensive option, but an option very much could go ahead. I want Max to win the Drivers' Championship. We also love to see Lewis get 8 and get 100 race wins. I think 100 race wins is definitely on the cards, especially considering he's got a couple more seasons at Mercedes, it looks like. I think the 100 wins is definitely going to happen. The 8th World Championship, I don't think it's going to be this year for me. I think Max Verstappen looks odds on to win it this year. But could be the one. Here we go. We're 4 hours into the live stream. Will the safety car be in any time soon so we can see some full-on racing? Just seeing Formula 1 cars go around at this point is making my day. Here we go. Max Verstappen still just behind the safety car. Lewis Hamilton is very close to George Russell. Whether George Russell is just taking it very safe indeed. Sergio Perez running at the back of the pack on the radio. Getting better, apparently. Getting better. But Sergio Perez would say that because he wants racing as soon as possible. Wow. I really hope that we see some racing, but at the same time, I do only want to see racing if it is safe enough. I only want to see racing if it is safe enough. And at this point, I'm not 100% sure. We've got 53 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock then. I need someone... I need an admin who can delete these stupid people. What is Web Sports 24? Ugh. Yeah, I need to invest in some people that can be admin and just keep an eye on it. Because it's annoying. 216 likes. Are you joking me? And nearly £10 worth of revenue. What is happening today, guys? We're on a madness. We're on a madness. Go Danny Rick. My husband. He's 4th. He's guaranteed, what do we? 5 points. Guaranteed 5 points if it stops now. It has finally started. We're finally going. It's been a long time coming. Mazepin has the fastest lap of the race. If Mazepin finishes the race, does he still get the extra point? He's not in the top 10, it's a problem. But it would be funny if Mazepin got a point today for fastest lap behind the safety car. That would be funny. Here we go. Oh no. Red flagged. Session stopped. It does make you wonder whether they just decided to do those 3 or 4 laps just to have the half points. No. No. Red flagged. It wasn't safe enough. Second red flag now though. With 50 minutes left on the timer, a red flag. So 50% of the points would be given out today if it ends like this. Wow. Yeah, no, red flag. Red flag. 50 minutes left. Back into the pit lane. Oh. No. I mean, I think they've done the right thing, but at the same time, I'm slightly disappointed. Gutted. Go Russell for a podium. Yeah, definitely. Definitely Russell for a podium at this point. Whoever said that was going to be red flags was right, yeah. Lots and lots of red flags, unfortunately. Lots and lots of red flags. They should have just cancelled it, probably, but then they'd have had to race it at some other time. This way, if they do the 2 laps, then they can just do half points, and that'll be that. They can't. They could have raced tomorrow, but I think they've just sort of decided against that. They'll give out the half points, I think, and that'll be the end of that. Oh, it's supposed to rain tomorrow as well. Yeah, in that case, probably not the best idea to race tomorrow if it's also just going to rain then. It was a bit of a waste of time, I guess, to start the race in red flag, but now they can give out the points, or half points. They can give out half points, so I think that's why they've done it. Well, they could get ready for it. Yeah. No, the timer has started again now. So we've got until 17 minutes past 7 Belgian time. So I think it's going to be half points, lads. I can't see it. Can't see it starting again, to be honest with you. George Russell's first podium in Formula One. Wow. Do they still get to do the podium presentation? Maybe. Mazepin, fastest lap, by the way. Russell got lucky today. Yeah, you could argue that if you're George Russell, you're probably fairly happy with this. He's probably annoyed that he didn't get to like have a go from the front, but at the same time, he's probably moderately happy that he's going to pick up his first ever podium and what 9 points. It's pretty good. Just as the race started, your internet crashed. Don't worry, you didn't miss too much. You missed what 3 laps behind a safety car, and that was about it, unfortunately. Oh. Yeah, that is a good point actually that the guys are making. Why don't we race at Spa when it's more summery? I suppose it is August. Why don't we race at Spa in July? Yeah, Daniel, it would be. It would be a Russell podium, but it would be half points for that podium. So it would be half points to the podium. Ooh. No point for the fast Alpine because he's in 19. What? No point for fast Alp because he's in 19. Raikkonen. Do you mean Raikkonen? I'm lost. Confused. Williams consecutive double points. Yeah. Consecutive double points for the first time in what feels like forever in Formula One for Williams. Russell in second, Latifi in ninth. Both Ferraris will pick up points too. Ricciardo will pick up quite a few points as well and make up a little bit of a gap onto Gasly and slightly catch up to the Ferraris in front of him as well. So, what will happen to the drivers and constructors actually? Verstappen will take the lead. Hamilton will pick up 7.5 points. Verstappen will pick up 12.5. No, so Verstappen will still be second in the running order in terms of the Drivers' Championship. Ricciardo will take over Gasly and make up a tiny little bit towards the Ferraris in front of him. Will Bottas? No, Bottas is outside the points. Norris is outside the points. Perez is outside the points. What will happen further down? Vettel will pick up quite a lot of points. 4 won't make too much of a difference though. Not a lot is going to happen, unfortunately, with this half points finish. Russell's going to pick up a lot of points, 9 points. It's going to put him ahead of Latifi, but he's still going to be behind Stroll and Tsunoda. Yeah, not a lot's going to happen, unfortunately, in the Drivers' and Constructors' Championships because of today. We are going to get half points, but it leaves us pretty much where we were before. Stroll won't get any points. Tsunoda? No, Tsunoda won't get any points. Ocon will extend his lead a little bit on Alonso. And Gasly will extend his lead on the midfield by a little bit again. But that's about it. What's happening now? We've had another red flag, Maury. Another red flag. We've got technically 43 minutes of race time remaining. Whether we will actually race within that 43 minutes is doubtful, I think. Mazepin fastest lap. Yeah, Mazepin has got the fastest lap of the race. Unfortunately for Mazepin, you have to finish in the top 10 to get the fastest lap point. So Mazepin will not get a point. Imagine if Mazepin gets a point and Mick Schumacher doesn't this season. It's because of the fastest lap behind a safety car. Wow. That would be something special. Yeah, Ocon, Alonso and Vettel just staying where they were. It is a shame. There is Nikita Mazepin. Talk of the devil. Yeah. First career points. Yeah, if Mazepin did get a point today, it would definitely be his first career point. He doesn't get a point for today, though. Don't worry. Don't worry. He does not get a point. Even though he's got the fastest lap, he does not get a point because he's outside the top 10. So no point for him. Yeah. You have to finish in the top 10 to get the fastest lap point. Otherwise, like, we'd have everybody outside the top 10 just pit at the end of the race to get the fastest lap point, right? Like if you were in 15th and you weren't going to get any points anyway, you'd just put on some fresh soft tires and easily get the fastest lap of the race. So you have to also be in the top 10 to get the fastest lap point. Oh. Still raining. Still raining. I don't think this is going to happen, guys. I don't want to be a negative Nancy. But we've red flagged. We've session stopped. We've got 40 minutes left to go. Wow. You're now in my top 10. What does that mean? As in I'd get a point? I get a point? Thank you, Metal Fan. So 1 point for you. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. I'll take a point. Why not? We all waited a month, yep. We've all waited a month, and now we'll wait another week, unfortunately. We'll wait 1 more week before we see anything. Can't wait to see the highlights from this race. Yeah, it's going to be an awkward one, because I usually do a race review as a video. Do we still want a race review? I could do like a joking race review, where we analyse the laps behind the safety car. George Russell podium, yeah. They're giving half points for the top 10. Yeah, half points. So basically, 10th place will get 0.5 points, 9th place will get 1 point, so on and so on. Can't remember the last time we had a 50% race. Feels like a very long time ago. It's got to be over 10 years ago, right? Since we've seen a half-point race. Quite an uncompetitive Formula 1 positions finish today, to be honest. Yeah, there hasn't been much movement. Sergio Perez will be livid with himself, right? Would have been the easiest 7th place finish of your life. But then he stuck it in the wall on the way to the grid, so He'll technically be classified in 20th. Ouch. Don't know. I don't really think you can do a race review when there wasn't a race. It'd be tricky. Be a tricky sell, that one. Might genuinely watch the highlights later. I mean, if you're just gonna watch just more rain, gonna take the opportunity to fold all the clean clothes I washed. Yeah, it's probably a very good idea. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton's still going to be in the lead of the championship. Still going to be in the lead because of the half points. We got full points, then he wouldn't have done, but half points he will still be. What's everyone's least favourite chores? Ironing. Ironing. Who invented ironing? What a pointless thing. Why? Why has it become a thing where I have to wear clothes that are like flat? Pointless. $35 minutes to go then. Will we see racing? I mean, we need to get started in the next 10, otherwise there's no real point. Like, it's all well and good having the timer count down for 35 minutes, but if we get started with 5 minutes left, then they're only going to do a lap, so it doesn't really matter. Sebastian Vettel in the car. Oh, he's getting out now. Sebastian Vettel was sitting in the car that whole time. Wow. Why? Why on earth was Sebastian Vettel sitting in the car? Maybe he's just trying to keep himself in the mindset just in case. But even Sebastian Vettel, one of the most positive men on the grid, has given up. Dishes. Yeah, dishes are also trash. Dishes kind of make sense though. Because like you do have to eat off of clean plates and bowls. You can't just eat off of dirty cutlery and things like that. Like dishes does make sense. But ironing just doesn't. This is the worst race I've seen ever. I mean, I don't think you can really classify it as a race, to be honest. It's probably the worst Formula One event we've seen ever. I love cooking, but I don't clean everything I use. So yeah, dishes. Yeah. See, I quite like cooking too. The problem is my girlfriend is an amazing cook. So like, I don't mind cooking. Like when I've got the time and I can go to Morrison's, get some ingredients, and like have a little cook. I do quite like the thought of cooking, but when it actually comes down to cooking, I'm nowhere near as good as my girlfriend. So I sort of let her take the lead on that. Favorite video game? Ape Escape, if you know what that is. If you know what Ape Escape is, it's my favorite video game of all time. More recent video games, I absolutely loved The Last of Us. I love Dark Souls 3. I love Crash Bandicoot 4 and just Crash Bandicoot in general. The Insane trilogy was excellent. Yeah, quite a few video games. I like quite a lot. I did used to stream on Twitch quite a few different games. I've been streaming a lot of F1 2021 recently just because I've been quite into it. But once I get I feel like once I get a PS5, I'll diversify. There we go, guys. Race control have decided the race will not resume. Stop the count. That is it. That is all. Come on. I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing and now it's showing the... Oh no. We're going to have to wait 12 seconds. It's fine. It's fine, guys. Just wait 1 sec. I'll be back. There I am. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, that is it. We are stopping racing there. We will not have a race. That is the end. Max Verstappen will take the victory. George Russell will take his first ever podium. And Lewis Hamilton will round out the podium positions. Daniel Ricciardo will finish 4th, just outside the podium's position. Unfortunate for Daniel Ricciardo that he wasn't able to battle for that podium on his 200th race as well. Bit of a disappointing afternoon for Daniel Ricciardo, all in all, on his 200th race. But Max Verstappen will be happy to take the win. In other news, Pierre Gasly takes points. We're happy with that. Nicholas Latifi takes more points for Williams, extending their lease in the Constructors' Championships. Definitely something to celebrate. George Russell goes out, celebrates with the Williams guys, thanks them for everything. Now, do we get a little podium or not? Do we get a little podium champagne or no? I suppose they'll give them the trophies at least. So George Russell will at least get a trophy to put on his mantelpiece. But the race will not resume. We will have half points. The race won't be tomorrow, no. No, Vanny. No race tomorrow. So the next race, we will have to wait another week for Formula 1 to return. We will have to wait. On a miserable, miserable day in Belgium, we finally come to an end. George Russell, absolutely ecstatic with it. Thank you all so much, by the way. You guys sticking around. Lots of you have been here for the entire, what feels like 9-hour stream. I don't know how long we've been going. Probably just over 4 hours or so. 4 hours and 20 minutes we've been streaming. Thank you all of you guys that have stuck around. Even if you disappeared off for a little while and came back, I don't blame you. That is more than fair. The schedule for next week. I'm going to do a video on Sebastian Vettel on Friday, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Make sure you're subscribed and keep an eye out for that video on Friday. Then also, I'll be live on Friday evening, 6 o'clock for the pre-race preamble. We'll be getting set for Zandvoort. We'll be talking everything Amsterdam and Netherlands because that's the only place I've been to in the Netherlands. And then we will be talking qualifying and the race on Saturday. Mr. Saturday there himself, George Russell, and the podium sitter. We'll talk about him next Saturday at 1:30. And Sunday 1:30 will be the race. We are going to have a podium ceremony as well. There is going to be a podium ceremony. Luckily, we're going to get those trophies handed out. A little bit of champagne sprayed. But yeah, that is the schedule for next weekend. Write it in your diaries. We will be back next weekend, and hopefully we will see some Formula 1 cars actually driving around the track. Please, please, please. My goodness me, I want to see a Formula 1 car, but we will wait another week. As I said, thank you so much for all your support. Thank you everybody who's dropped a like. 228 likes on the stream. That is just... I'm lost for words. I don't know how to... And also everybody who's put in a super chat. Nearly £8 worth of super chats today as well. Thank you all so, so much for everything that you've done for today. I'm apologising so much that I haven't been able to bring you a Formula 1 race next week, hopefully. I will see you next time.